Let's get into this crazy crap.
Is convicted of something like this, that would be outright negligent of a school district to employ a known sexual offender. I expect that you will never teach again. I don't see any school district employing somebody who's convicted of something like this. That would be outright negligent of a school district to employ a known sexual offender.
A Tennessee teacher is accused of raping a child in her own home after using video games and social media to allegedly groom students.
We have a vulnerable population. We have a person in a trusted position. And so it becomes all that much more egregious when we see people who are teachers abusing children.
38-year-old Alyssa McCommon was arrested on September 8th in Covington,
Bitch, if you don't get that smile off your fucking ugly ass face.
Tennessee, about an hour northeast of Memphis. Weeks before, on August 24th, police received information from the Tennessee Department of Children's Services regarding allegations of sexual misconduct between the teacher and a former student. Since then, multiple students have come forward.
Has the fucking country lost its ever-loving fucking mind? Yes. Yes, I believe they have.
Alleging sexual assault. They say McCommon started by playing video games with the children before switching communication to social media apps. After that, they say McCommon sent explicit photos before requesting sexual relations with the victims. Former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney Florina Altshuler says this is a classic form of grooming.
They're not a stranger jumping out of the trees with a gun, raping somebody. They're coaxing their victims into a level of trust and comfort. She was playing video games with these boys. She let them think that they're friends, that they can trust each other. And then once they're in a position of comfort and trust, then it usually starts with minimal inappropriate touching, and it progresses from there to a point where there's actual sex. And this is really pretty common with both male and female perpetrators, this period of grooming young children, making them feel comfortable, making them trust, and then the criminal activity begins. And then sometimes there's either threats or coercion or something that instills fear in the victim to prevent them from reporting it.
McCommon taught 5th grade at Crestview Elementary School in Covington until this year, when she moved to Charter Academy to teach 4th grade English and language arts. When the police investigation began in late August, she was suspended from the district without pay. Altshuler says it's McCommon's role as a teacher that likely influenced the grooming process.
The reason it's so egregious when teachers do this is because teachers are in this unique position of power where they have constant, daily, 5 days a week access to their students. They are already in a position of trust with their students. They're in a position.
My grandfather was an educator as well as my grandmother, and to see a person like this violate that position is just, it's something I never saw or ever experienced growing up. Would have never, back when I was growing up, ever heard of something like this. And if it did happen, it, may have happened out in California or somewhere. Excuse me. I had said here recently that this shit has been blowing up since I first started seeing the PP catchers here on YouTube the last few years. It's went from seeing people in stores and stuff like that on YouTube videos to now it's like almost a monthly occurrence to see one of these stories. I mean, people need to wake up.
Position of power over their students. And when they have this continued access to their students, they're trusted to teach, nurture, and help mature these students, not to take advantage and sexually abuse them. But it is so much easier for a teacher to groom that student because of the nature of the relationship that they already have. You also see this with family members sometimes, and it's the same thing because the family member has frequent access to the child. And because they're in a position of power and control, they're in a supervisory role, they're in a position of trust. The child looks up to them, the child believes them. Um, it really does not take long for them to turn that into kind of innocent accidental touching sometimes to test the waters and see how the child will respond. And then once they know that they can trust the child to not report or complain, they keep taking it a step further and a step further.
Altsheler says child sexual abuse crimes committed by women are often underreported based on the culture surrounding male victims.
I think
Exactly true.
the female teachers don't get as much attention because it's heavily underreported. Our culture suggests that men should be happy that they're having sex. And we're talking about boys, not men here. But because this is a culture where the idea is that the male actor shouldn't cry victim, sometimes we forget that the male actor here is a child, and of course, by virtue of age, is a victim. But there's pressure on that child to not come forward. There's social norms about how boys are supposed to act. And so, really, I think it's not that females don't commit these crimes, it's that their male victims are underreporting those crimes.
In this case, police say
Exactly.
McCommon sexually abused a boy aged 12 years old or younger in her home back in 2021. It was the victim's parents who brought forward these allegations.
Most of the time, the reason these cases come forward is because a parent finds out through either social media or text messages, or they intercept some sort of communication between teacher and student, and the parent says, wow, you are sexually abusing my child, and reports it to the authorities. It's not as frequent that boys will report this, unfortunately.
No.
Right now, McCommon faces 1 count of rape of a child, but officials say she could soon face additional charges as the investigation continues.
So I would imagine that law enforcement would go through all of the text messages that the child is willing to provide. They would go through any email or social media contact that the two had. They would interview all of their friends. They would probably interview former students to see what, if any, contact that teacher had with those other students. Oftentimes, when we see sexual predators like this doing this, there's not one victim. There's a long line
Nope.
of victims. And the older the predator is, the more victims they have from the past. This teacher happens to be 38 years old. I imagine that she's been teaching for at least a decade, if not longer, and has more than just this one victim. So law enforcement will speak to former students, even current students, to see what kind of contact they've had with this teacher, and also to see if maybe they were witness to any inappropriate activity between this victim and this teacher. Young boys, young children, especially high school age, talk. They talk to their friends, they talk to their peers. Something is always said to somebody about something that happened. And so law enforcement will want to get those statements. And then, of course, they'll want to interview the victim and see what the victim is willing to share.
According to police, McCommon confessed to inappropriately communicating with the students. However, according to her attorney, she maintains her innocence.
When the police say we have a confession,
Well, I mean, sorry, but innocence, I mean, the fact that she admitted to inappropriate communication, she's trying to like say, well, we talked, but nothing went anywhere it shouldn't have went. Well, yeah, really? Y'all notice that one of the perp walk photos of her arrested? She's sitting there with a fucking grin on her face.
confession. Sometimes they do. Sometimes the person literally said, yes, I had sex with this child. But sometimes when the police say they have a confession, what they mean is that she made many inconsistent statements, quasi admissions, things that can be interpreted as a confession, but not necessarily a point blank, yes, this is exactly what I did. And even if she did give statements that implicate her, there's going to be a question of whether or not those statements were obtained appropriately, whether her rights were read to her, and whether she knowingly and willingly gave those up. If she didn't, then those statements cannot be used against her. And she does have an absolute right to plead not guilty and to take this to trial if she wants. So legally, even if she did
And waste the taxpayer money.
it, she can still assert innocence. She can still say that she's not guilty.
Yeah, it's her right by the Constitution.
And it's up to the prosecution to prove that each of the elements of each of the crimes charged are met.
If the case does go to trial, Altshuler says a victim would need to testify.
I don't see any way that this can be proven without the victim testifying and saying exactly what happened and when it happened. That really is a
Well, see, that could be used as a way for people. I don't like them, I mean, putting that information out there in a way, because are you saying that the traumatized the child would have to come into court and live testify? He couldn't be deposed, or he or she couldn't be deposed or whatever privately. I don't think they would have to necessarily come into court and give a live testimony. I mean, now I'm sure some will end up playing out that way.
crucial part of this. And if none of the victims are cooperative and nobody is willing to testify, usually there would be a very lenient plea deal that is offered, or the case could even get dismissed. So the cooperation of victims is essential in most any sexual assault case. It is difficult enough as it is to prove the charges with a cooperating victim. It's pretty much impossible to prove it without a victim. Whether or not it happened, when it happened, what exactly happened, how many times it happened, where it happened, those are details that usually only the victim and the perpetrator know. The perpetrator, unless they take a plea deal or give a full confession, usually is not giving all of those details up. And so it's up to the victim, if the perpetrator wants to take this to trial, to testify in front of a jury of complete strangers in uncomfortable and traumatic detail about what happened.
If convicted, it's likely McCommon would be placed on a sex offender registry. On top of that, Altshuler says she would lose her teaching license and could face time behind bars.
Most crimes that are sexual in nature do require registration on the sexual registry. Or the registry of sexual offenders. But that being said, every state is different, and it's going to depend on the level of crime that she's convicted of. Some of the lowest level of crimes do not require registration. I expect, though, that a district attorney's office that has sufficient proof.
People are being registered who do public indecency. So if she gets convicted of this, I don't know why this woman's contemplating that she couldn't. That would just be outrageous.
That this did happen is not going to allow a sexual predator to take a plea without the registry requirement. I expect that she will never teach again. I don't see any school district employing somebody who's convicted of something like this.
She won't even say she even gets put on the registry just for the period of 10 years. 10 years may go by, she still ain't gonna teach.
That would be outright negligent of a school district to employ a known sexual offender.
She can't even be a janitor at school.
I expect that she will lose her teaching license in that state, but also that no other state would hire her if they know of her conviction, which should be disclosed. And depending on the level of crime, yes, you're looking at prison time. If it's a lower level misdemeanor that she pleads to, then she could potentially avoid prison time.
She better not get no fucking misdemeanor.
And if we're looking at a felony, you're talking about at least 1 year in prison, and it just goes up from there.
To prevent future crimes of a similar nature, Altshuler says it's important for parents to have an open line of communication with their children.
I would encourage parents to have open conversations with their children to learn about the relationships that their children are developing. If your child knows personal details about their teacher, you have to wonder, like, how do they know all those details? And what I mean by that is not
Fucking Johnny Depp's attorney comes in with some of the same shit I
Here's
said.
the problem. What do you do when you're disciplining your kids and they make you laugh? Oh, it's frustrating.
There are
Maybe because you're, I don't know.
many outstanding legal questions for alleged child abuser Ruby Franke out of Utah. Why didn't she sue anyone accusing her of child abuse? What should we look out for with her husband?
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're on YouTube doing a family thing. People start, you know, like, and don't just tell me she was like, oh, well, they're trolls, they're haters and trolls. Like,
Is the Department of Child and Family Services to blame? We get into it all with acclaimed attorney Ben Chu, the man who famously represented Johnny Depp. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So we are continuing our analysis of this very disturbing Ruby Franke case out of Utah, the 41-year-old wife and mother of 6, who has now been charged with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse alongside her co-defendant and business partner, Jody Hildebrandt. And one of the reasons this story is being followed by so many people is because Franke was a popular YouTuber. Yeah, she and her husband, Kevin Franke, they launched this YouTube channel called 8 Passengers back in 2015. It was all about them as a couple, their children. Very popular. It had over 2 million subscribers, and it focused on parenting and homeschooling. It was interesting because Franke and her husband are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and she appeared also on these videos with Jody Hildebrandt, who founded a life counseling organization known as Connections, previously known as Moms of Truth.
Let's talk about trust. What is trust? Where does trust come in?
The principle is I am responsible to be worthy of trust. So I am the one that generates trust. I am the one that generates safety. It comes from me. So if Ruby comes and she interacts with me, I don't look at Ruby and say, oh, is she trustworthy? I'm not looking at her. I'm looking at me and saying, am I honest?
Yeah. I'm not looking at this person and wondering if they're not lying to me or whatever. I'm wondering if I'm lying to myself.
Responsible and humble. Am I a safe person?
Mhm.
And then she is the beneficiary of me being safe and me
It
being
works both ways, bitch.
full of trust.
And all of this came to a head when police were alerted through a 911 phone call about that something was happening at Hildebrandt's residence.
911, the address of your emergency. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. We know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated. He's got tape around his legs. He's hungry and he's thirsty. And he asked us to call the police.
What's
So
his
he's
name?
very afraid. This kid has obviously been, I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds. We need the cops here as soon as possible.
Now, according to a probable cause affidavit, Franke's 12-year-old son climbed out of a window at Hildebrandt's residence, ran to a neighbor asking for food and water. He was reportedly malnourished, emaciated. He had duct tape on his ankles and his wrists, these deep lacerations from being tied up. Just horrific to think about. And when police arrived, they found Franke's 10-year-old daughter in very similar conditions. So Franke, Hildebrandt, they were arrested. They were each charged, as I said, with 6 counts of child abuse. Each count goes up to 15 years in prison. That's the maximum. And there is a lot to digest in this case, including a recent court hearing that was absolutely derailed when the Zoom link was shared online and hundreds of people tried to sign on. We're going to get into that. But I want to bring in right
Wow.
now a very special guest to talk about this case. I'm joined by acclaimed attorney Ben Shue, who famously represented Johnny Depp in his lawsuit against Amber Heard, a case dominated by abuse allegations and what is abuse at the center of it. Ben, it is so good to see you. Now, I would say I haven't seen you in a while, but that would mean that I haven't seen you in person, which is true. I have seen you a lot because I was just binging the Netflix documentary where you are featured prominently. I have to imagine, Ben, that you have been inundated with people writing you and telling you that they saw you. Am I wrong?
Jesse, you're right. Thank you very much for having me. It's good to see you again. Yes, I wasn't aware that was coming out until recently, but yes, it seems to have been gotten a lot of eyes on it.
I share that because I didn't realize when it was coming out, and then I just get a million texts, messages, all these things. Were you just in the documentary? Were you just in it? Were you just in it? And apparently I was in it. I didn't even, wasn't totally aware, but yeah.
You definitely are in it.
I am in it. I am in it. So Ben, good to see you. Let's talk about this case. I just want to start. We haven't spoken about it. What are your initial thoughts when you heard about this case?
As a father of two kids, 11 and 12 years old, it really makes my blood boil. I just did a service trip with 23 12-year-old boys and girls. So I've had a firsthand look at how innocent they still are. And the thought of this boy and then his sister being emaciated and mistreated, it really shocks the conscience.
It really does. And I think there's such an incredible interest in this case. If it was just an abuse case in and of itself, a mom of 6 doing this, what she's accused of, but the fact that she was this YouTuber and people were suspecting it for a while and were invested in the case, a thing or two about high profile cases. And I'm going to give you an example here. So as of right now, Frankie and Hildebrandt, they're continue to be held without bail following a hearing from last week. That hearing was delayed when the Zoom link was circulated, I believe, on TikTok, and over 1,000 people tried to join this hearing, caused absolute chaos, huge technical
They're
problems.
all trying to get on there and see because they're like, this bitch.
It delayed it. The live stream was shut off. Just walk me through why you think there's so much interest in this kind of case.
Well, I think you have a person who is obviously very popular on social media. She's very physically attractive. You can see, how this would generate interest. You also have the sensational allegations and 6 children being abused. So I think it's natural that there would be a lot of attention to this, and frankly, I would think there'd be a lot of outrage as well.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the prosecution of Frankie and Hildebrandt that the public is so invested in this?
Hopefully, it won't impact the prosecution at all. I mean, I think they really should play it by the book. In other words, just treat her the way they would treat any other mother who was accused of abusing 6 children. And hopefully they will do that. I know as a practical matter, it's impossible to just close your eyes and pretend the cameras aren't there. But as much as you can do that, I think the better off you are, because if you start playing to the cameras or start thinking too much about the media, I think you're going to take your eye off the ball. I mean, Novak Djokovic said yesterday, after he won his 24th Grand Slam, that in the last 24 hours before the match, he asked his wife and his family and his supporters not to talk about how much attention there would be to this. And I think the prosecutors should take a leaf from that book.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. On another point, they might be saying the more people know about this, maybe they can bring out further evidence that they didn't have, allegations, things like that. And I think that's important. Yeah, right. I think that's going to be important as well. The fact that, oh my goodness, look what came to light. Now someone might feel comfortable coming forward and say, let me tell you what I saw or heard.
That's a great point, Jesse. We have a case right now where the plaintiff had filed as John Doe. And the first thing we did was move the court to identify him. And the moment the court identified him and made him disclose his name, we were inundated with information about this plaintiff, which was very helpful. Now that's a civil case. Obviously, it's very different, but
Right.
I think it would apply even more so, as you said, to a criminal case.
I have to ask you about what happened at this hearing. Again, because of it completely broke down, I don't think we have video of this, but what the reporting indicates from multiple outlets, apparently Ruby Franke was crying in court, and she made these claims that one of her minor children was sexually abusing their sibling and molested several family members, children in the neighborhood, at least I think 20 people. She claimed that this child abused 20 people. She claimed that 2 of her children were playing some sort of padding game, didn't go into further detail, talked about how one of the children was watching pornography at a young age. It's so shocking. And I'm not sure what that means to her defense or what that means to her case for her to make this kind of claim.
I think it's tremendously detrimental to her case. First of all, I mean, she should have, if any of this were true, she should have reported it at the time rather than waiting to be arrested and arraigned. So that's number one.
Yeah, I
Because
said
if
the
that
same
abuse and stuff
thing.
was going on, that's on her and her husband, to the extent that the husband was there, which I understand he may not have been. So we shouldn't impugn him at all right now. But that all points the finger at her. And also the fact that she would make those allegations against her own children in a public forum. Now, I don't know whether she identified the child, but it wouldn't be hard to figure out since it's a finite universe of 6. I think it's terrible for her defense. I think it also shows it doesn't shine a very good light on her character, that she would say these things in public, even if true.
So the judge said that this child will then need to be placed in a home with no other children in light of these allegations. Again, this is based on the reporting of what happened in that hearing. I'm glad I have you because I wanted to ask you first about that. If this is totally false and this is just a wild, outlandish claim, could a minor child have a legal action against a parent like this?
Yes, I think so. And I think that the cause of action would be stayed until that child hits adulthood. So I don't think, not to be too technical about this, but I think the child does not have to move with the alacrity that anybody else, that an adult would have to move. I think there's a legal presumption that allows him to go to adulthood before the statute of limitations clock begins to run. But yes, I absolutely do think the child has a cause of action against the mother for defamation and for, could be, physical battery and all.
There's a teacher over in Covington, Tennessee, not far from Memphis.
Yeah, before I even get to my next point, I guess
woke up to and saw a report on
the victims in this case, there's the criminal aspect.
Reached out to
we always know that there's also
students
civil
for a
aspect.
game, like
Do you
Aiden
anticipate
or
that is
I
something
play,
we should be on the lookout?
and
Children
those types of games, because you can play with people that are above 18 and younger. If this
Absolutely. And again,
teacher
I think they have the
was
luxury,
abusing our
the luxury
student
may not be the
out
right
there in
word, but
Covington,
they have the
Tennessee,
luxury of waiting.
woman teacher.
I mean,
I'm telling you, that
oftentimes,
crap's happening
people
more and
wait
more and
until
more.
The criminal
Yeah,
case has been fully
a
adjudicated
woman
before
teacher
filing
having
civil
sex with a little
action where they try to stay
student boy.
the statute of limitations. Here they won't have that issue. But yeah,
Fucking
absolutely.
insane.
I would anticipate a civil action by the children. But then you get into the issue of
They need to do something about them
what
video
type of
games.
recovery is possible and what kind of assets is Frankie going to have at the end of the day. I know she's a YouTube celebrity, but I think the cost of her criminal defense is going to be such. I don't know what kind of assets she's going to have to satisfy a judgment.
And remember, I said alleged.
She's going to
because
put
I'm
that
very
house
curious to see what can be proven. And this is one of the reasons I really wanted to talk to you, Ben, because I am bothered by something. I'm bothered by the fact that people for a while suspected that Frankie,
poor husband, that motherfucker's probably being inundated with calls.
Yeah, you gotta help me. You gotta get me out here.
was up to no good. There was a change.org petition set up where people signed to have Frankie investigated for allegations of child abuse. They wanted Child Protective Services to get involved. There was criticism of her online. People were making comments about her. She responded to those comments. Police were called to the home last year after they received reports over the well-being of the kids. In fact, Shari Frankie, Ruby's daughter, called police to alert them that the kids had been left home alone for, I think it was 5 days. It's happened back in September of 2022. So you have all these people saying these things about Ruby Frankie and doing all these things in light of Ruby Frankie. Here's the part I don't understand, I'm bothered by. If all of this was fake, if all of this was lies spread about her, why didn't Ruby Frankie ever file a lawsuit for defamation against anybody, right? And I never saw that she did. Is that not revealing to you?
It is. It is, because you can imagine, Jesse, if you were accused of such a monstrous thing, or if I were, that would be my first inclination. Now, she would probably have to prove actual malice, which, as you know, is knowledge or reckless, extreme recklessness as to the truth. But I think you would take that on.
I think I know of some people that fall in that category.
If you had been accused of this. So I think it is very telling. And in the case of Johnny Depp, I mean, he certainly took it on despite all the inherent risks of a defamation case, because he needs to clear his name.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you could say, well, maybe she felt that nobody was believing her. I don't know. The YouTube channel, she stopped posting videos. She was responding to the criticism, so it seemed like people were believing what was being said about her, which, again, raises the question why she didn't take legal action if all of this was fake. And also, I'll mention, Ben, when she was arrested, when she was taken into custody, she requested a lawyer and did not speak to police. Now, do you find that to be, hey, that was just a smart legal strategy, she shouldn't say anything? Or is it suspicious? Because, again, if she really had nothing to do with this and she's arrested, she could have easily said, wait a second, my kids are abused? What are you talking about? Are they okay? She chose not to say anything and lawyered up. Your thoughts?
I think it's both. I mean, I think it's both smart legally, but it's also suspect, especially as a mother or a parent. I think your first concern would be the well-being of the child. And once you were satisfied that your 12-year-old was in safe hands, your concern would be to clear your name and to find out exactly what happened. So yes, I do find it suspicious. So it's not something that the jury will hear.
I wanted to talk to you about something that I was talking about, how things didn't happen earlier. Could she have been arrested earlier? Could this have been stopped earlier? And I wanted to ask you about whether the Department of Child and Family Services could be in legal trouble. I mentioned how police were contacted to check in on the Frankies. Police Lieutenant Warren Foster told NBC News that police made several attempts to follow up what was going on. He said that there were inquiries from the DCFS. DCFS yielded no results. Apparently, they were called to the House in 2020. You have Representative Christine Watkins, who is a chair of a panel that reviews the DCFS. And she said, quote, I had concerns when I heard about the case. Not only were neighbors calling, but older siblings were calling too. It sounds like those kids were in pretty bad shape. And it's certainly something we have the right to call DCFS out on to know what might have gone wrong. We always have this conversation in child abuse cases. Why did not, the Department of Family and Child Services do more? Could they be held liable in any way? What do you think?
Yes, I believe they could be. DCFS will enjoy, and I don't know the particular Utah statute, but they will enjoy some measure of sovereign immunity, but it should not be impossible to sue them. I've had cases where we've sued government entities, state government entities, and you have to navigate around the immunity issues, but absolutely they can be sued, and it sounds like they have a lot to answer for in this case. I mean, just one of the clips showed her on her program saying that she wouldn't feed the children until they completed their chores. Now, again, as a parent, you do want your kids to do their chores, but I think it is wildly inappropriate, if not abusive, to withhold breakfast until they've done their chores. I mean, I think.
Yeah, because how are they going to have the fuel to fucking do the chores if they don't eat?
There are other inducements you can give to your children, but that it certainly dovetails with the allegation that two of the children at least were emaciated.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think there was one video where she's telling her son that they would lose the privilege to eat dinner if the child continued play fighting. There's another video where she said that her 6-year-old needed to go hungry after forgetting to take her lunch to school. I imagine it's videos like that that could be a...
You forgot your lunch? You motherfucker. You're gonna fucking go hungry. What?
key
What
piece of evidence.
kind of shit is that?
I expect that she will never teach again.
Oh,
I
shit.
don't see
I didn't mean to go back.
Here's the problem. What are you
The problem is you, woman.
She was responding to
get the medical reports from the doctors to see whether there are any scars and how they can date back the injuries, because if there was evidence of physical injuries before the 13 months, enormous impact. I mean, we've all read stories, of people, and I remember things my parents said to me when I was a child, that not abusive, but you remember the good and the bad. So I think there's a real scale, and I think all of what has been alleged here would certainly fall into the category of abuse.
That's where we were at. Sorry.
after forgetting to take her lunch to school. I imagine it's videos like that that could be a key piece of evidence in a future prosecution against her. We talked about her husband, Kevin Franke. He hasn't been arrested. He has a lawyer, and his lawyer appeared on Good Morning America. And
sure to say he's got a lawyer, but he hadn't been arrested. I wonder why.
Claimed that Kevin, had no role in the alleged abuse of these children.
He had no role at all, guys. He was a traveling salesman, so he was never home, even though he's clearly right there in one of these still photos for her channel. I mean, look at her. She's like, yeah, make him go without food, yeah.
That Kevin and Ruby have been living separately for 13 months. I'm curious in his position, what he might be looking out for in terms of comments that are made about him if people are falsely accusing him of abuse. But at the same time, I wonder if people are thinking, well, if this is a pattern of abuse of these kids that was going on for quite some time, A, would he be a witness? Or B, could he potentially be criminally charged? And so his position right now, I'm very curious legally, where do you think it stands?
Yeah, he is in a tricky position, and a lot of it, as you suggested, Jesse's going to go to the physical evidence. I believe with the 12-year-old who escaped through the window and got to the neighbors, that there was evidence of there were a lot of sores, and it would be interesting to get the medical reports from the doctors to see whether there are any scars and how they can date back the injuries, because if there was evidence of physical injuries before the 13 months, beyond the last 13 months, then he's got a lot of explaining to do. You can't let your spouse abuse your children. So, and not, again, as you said, we have to be careful. We don't know that happened. We don't know that the abuse went back further, but that's going to be a crucial issue for the police, and will be a crucial issue for him. But no matter what, at a minimum, he is going to be a material witness. It's also hard, just from a matter of common sense, although I guess it's not impossible, that the abuse suddenly started 13 months ago.
I'm sure he's seen the children in that time and spoken to Ruby Franke. And so if he knew something, that's where the questions begin. But again, he has not been criminally charged with anything. He is an innocent party at this point, and people, I guess they're free to speculate, but they have to be careful with what they say about Kevin Franke.
They should, and it goes back to a larger point you have made, is that there not only do you have a presumption of innocence, but we also have a belief in due process in the country, and that even, of course, applies to Franke herself. Although, the outburst at the arraignment really, suggests a lot of things that aren't good for her. But definitely, I think, let it play out. I don't know why people have to necessarily leap to conclusions. Let's, we all saw, the Duke lacrosse case. We've seen a number of instances where allegations are not proven. So I think people should take a deep
We
breath.
got a comment saying the adult children knew and tried to get help. There's no way the father is not culpable. Could be true. Rebels Live. Oh, I didn't know he did a video on Oz.
Hey everybody, Larry Lawton here to do a TV series review of Oz. Yes, I'm late to the party. Oz came out in the late 90s, but I just completed season 1.
Oh, come on.
The guy was really pro rehabilitation, but he had his little quirks too, obviously. Then you had a warden who was, typical warden, just trying to get through his day, I think. And then you had a wacko governor in there who was a real asshole. Played a great part, a real asshole, the governor. And he didn't give a shit. Well, I got to know the characters, and that's where I'm going to start what I'm going to talk about today. First of all, you got the mob character. You had a Muslim inmate come in, an imam who was a big shot, a celebrity kind of inmate. And then you had the Spanish gang in there. You had 2 fractions of black gangs, and that does happen. That made me think right off the bat that somebody knew what they were talking about. Because let me tell you how that works in prison. In prison, you'll have actually a Sunni or a Shia Muslims, and then you'll have the New York Muslim, or we used to call them the New York, they call them the Nation of Islam. And literally, the Sunni Muslims did not like the Nation of Islam. They really did not like them at all. They used to beef in prisons big time because the Shia and the Shia, I think that the Nation of Islam was kind of mocking their religion, is what they thought. And I talked to many of them on both sides, actually, because about Ramadan and how Ramadan really works in the Muslim faith is it kind of rotates. It moves. Its date is moving. And in the Nation of Islam, it was one set month. And that was it. And
Yeah, that's what I understand from
When
it.
Tom Fontana was casting Oz,
This is the guy at a BC.
Oz was your big move, right?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Well, I was living in Los Angeles, broke, trying to get roles and stuff. And I called my agent that was in New York and just said, is there anything happening in New York? And she just said, there's a show, but all the big roles have gone. She actually sent me a one-way ticket, brought me to New York just to audition for the show. Alexa Fogel was the casting director. And I was so desperate to earn, I did an audition for them in every accent that I could. And she took me from that audition to the house of the writer and producer of the show, which was Tom Fontana. She took me to his house and said, do for him what you just did for me. And Tom said, you've got 1 minute. I did that in his house. And he said, I like the African character. Now, it was a 2-line character. I had 2 lines. And with each episode, he liked what I was doing and would add more. And by the end of the first season, he was the main character.
How much did you like it?
Yeah, it's funny how Adebisi worked. I didn't know Adebisi had worked like that. But yeah, he ended up becoming a big main character.
You know what? It was a wonderful period in my life as a young actor, because this was probably the first time I got to show my acting chops and range, because over TV, you get the chance to flesh out a character. And Tom was wonderful because he was writing for a character, but he didn't know the Nigerian vernacular. The character was basically Nigerian. So he would write it in English and allow me to interpret it how I wanted. So there was a lot of freedom. And I recall some of the directors saying, well, he's not saying what's on the page. And Tom would say, listen, just let him do his thing. I'll cut out what I need. And what that did, it gave me such creative freedom to create this character. And we got something quite unique out of that relationship.
Never miss a beat. Subscribe to Larry.
When Tom Fontana was casting Oz, they were looking for somebody who was
kind of wacky and crazy. And you know, it was the first time there were any dramatic cable shows on television. It was HBO, it wasn't even TV. And so we had this show that takes place in a prison, and all this terrible stuff happens, and there's no break. And so they hired me kind of as the commercial break in between. So like I wound up being the narrator in the show because I had to break the action sometimes. And so because just terrible things happen in prison.
So I know, and then the show as well. I mean, your character, Harold Perrineau here on the Rich Eisen Show, one of the few rootable characters, like on Oz, like
right.
where we could root for you.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
we
yeah.
wanted you to succeed, wanted you to get out, wanted you to survive.
And you see what happens, you still get shanked.
Spoiler alert. I know. Did you ever, when you were shooting Oz, just need a break? Like need to take a minute from some of those scenes?
Yeah. One of the really fantastic things is we had a bunch of really amazing New York actors who were there and really committed to the craft of acting, and mixed with a lot of people who weren't actors. We had actual gang members. We had these guys that were in the really early part of the UFC. They were our stunt guys who were doing all the fighting and stuff like that.
Is that right?
Yeah. There were a bunch of dudes. The Shamrocks came, and they were. If you go back and look, you'll see Frank Shamrock and his brother. They were some of the early guys who were fighting at in our thing. Our buddy Gerald, TJ. Gerald would come by. He would do some stunts and fight and stuff like that. Chuck Zito, all these guys that aren't actors, but they were really, really willing to try crazy stuff. And so, but because we would try such crazy stuff, sometimes you just had to go and like, you know, let your brain, you know, calm down, because it's just so much aggression.
Because it was on 10 o'clock at night on HBO. Sometimes Susie, you know, who you know my wife.
Yeah.
We would sometimes not watch it live. We'd have to watch it earlier in the night because we couldn't just watch it and go to sleep.
Right. Yeah.
Couldn't. We would just be so stunned by what we saw.
Yeah.
And never would want to. I don't know what it worked. It just worked as a program to just make you think, make you pause, make you reviled, you know, and feel terrible about the human condition sometimes.
That is Oz in and of itself. It's a great show.
Celebrity, true or false?
You can't handle the truth.
Huge fan of yours and the show Oz. I mean, on the opposite end of one would call the Ghostbuster spectrum, and Fantasy Island, things like that. True or false? You shot the first season of Oz in Manhattan at an old Oreo cookie factory. Is that true or false?
It might have been a factory or Oreo cookie factory. I was never told.
Nabisco.
That.
Okay.
We shot it in New York and in Chelsea.
Okay.
The first 4 seasons.
They use a Nabisco factory for the prison.
I think we shot it in New York.
Okay. So you just never strolled into Gen Pop and saw some double stuff in the corner or something like that? Okay.
No, they I think we had that place, and they only rented. I think Oprah Winfrey for her production came and bought it, and we got kicked out. So which is why we had to go to New Jersey. But that's another story. But Oreo Cookie Factory, I'm not sure. It might have been.
What a show! What an unbelievable, gritty, totally. I guess what gritty gripping, but I felt like I went through the ringer after 60 minutes of that program.
Well, honestly, I couldn't watch the show at its time. It would come on like at 10 o'clock at night.
Right.
And even being in the show, I'm like, I can't look at this and lay down. I mean, honestly, I'm.
You're right. I mean, like it's time to go to bed after that. Like, no way.
Yeah, no,
Right.
But it was a blessing, and it was a wonderful cast. They're all, for the most part, working and have gone on to have great careers, and I just feel so honored and blessed to have been part of Tom Fontana, the creator
with Barry
Levinson. Right. But Tom did St. Elsewhere, and I did a half season Denzel Washington.
Oh,
my doctor, and so I met Tom on that. And when Oz came up, he called and said,
"Is that right?" So the connective tissue of your career.
Oh, what was that guy's name?
Fight. That's what this is all about. That's what makes everything happen. Not just in this room, but everywhere on the planet, in every corner of the universe, it generates life. But that's coming to an end. What are you talking about? How? When suns and stars explode, they create new suns, new stars. And each time, these new entities are smaller, containing less energy. And so, when they too explode, as they must, the next stars and suns are even smaller, even weaker. Eventually, all the gas, all the heat, all the light will dissipate. The galaxies will grow cold and still. What happens to us then? Without light, we cease to exist. We could maybe build a rocket ship, right? Omar, there'd be no energy to fuel the rocket to space. Besides, there'd be nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide from the inevitable. All life will stop. Damn. So don't you see? Everything we do, the plans we make, the hopes we have, they're futile. Being good at a job, which I was. Building a home, which I did. Raising a family, which I had. None of it means anything.
Yeah, this guy is quite a character. I'm about to finish. I hadn't watched Oz in a long time.
I just want to prepare you for what you're going to see.
What about the darkness?
Words!
Samuel Itzik. Is that in fact your real name?
I'm very disappointed.
Maybe it'll be better.
I very much doubt that. Consider yourself lucky. Cold water.
Who's that? He's a reporter. He's gonna do a story on our new venture. Mr. Idzik.
They put Beecher's fucking riot in there.
Perfect. Prisoner number 03I-462, Lemuel Idzik. Convicted February 2nd, 2003. Murder in the second degree. Sentence, life imprisonment.
Second degree, that'd be first degree murder.
Would make up a name like that. Cold water. That's the way things work in the universe.
I need to ask you some questions.
I killed Kareem Saeed
You'd be willing to sign a confession.
in my best penmanship.
That's
I had to kill him before nightfall.
Did Idzik say why he killed Saeed?
No. I'm gonna take him downtown.
And I'm gonna find out how the fuck a man with a gun could get in Oz. You signed with Lemuel Idzik in.
Seems so, sir.
Here's what I want you to do. Get the fuck out of my prison.
My wife's got cancer.
Look, I don't care. Get out.
He was drinking on the job.
Turn the stove on.
Friendly type. I saw Kareem Saeed get shot. I held him in my arms as he died.
So the Brotherhood is grateful for what you did to Saeed.
I am a Jew.
I am
I've
a
always
Jew.
said there's some good use for you people.
Perfect.
Why the fuck you kill him? Some Israeli-Palestine thing?
Words! Water starts to cool. Till eventually it's cold. Cold, hot, hot, cold, hot, hot, cold, hot, hot, cold, cold, hot, hot, cold, hot.
You should have pleaded insanity.
Bizarre, isn't it? How one man's chatty conversation, how one man's laughter can level someone else.
I am hereby and officially requesting a face-to-face meeting with Lemuel Idzik.
That would be a no.
I'm telling you, Idzik, this is suicide.
Perfect.
I want your promise
no harm will come to Idzik.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Now I want you to meet him.
Huh?
Lemuel Idzik, Omar White. Omar's going to be your sponsor.
Perfect. Dennis only put us together to fuck with my head. And maybe yours too.
Why would he do that?
Because I'm looking to whack you, man, for whacking Saeed.
I asked to be placed in M City for one purpose.
What's that?
To find someone to kill me. I'm counting on you to kill me.
Have you figured out a way to kill me yet?
No.
Are you trying to tell me that you won't kill me?
No.
Could we at least discuss a timetable?
Idzik wants me to whack him.
I'm not here. Follow me. Light. That's what this is all about. That's what makes everything happen. Without light, we cease to exist. Building a home, which I did. Raising a family, which I had. I'm counting on you to kill me. You will, won't you?
It's time to think, right? I'll give you my answer by noon.
Perfect. It's noon. And you said you'd have an answer by now. So?
No.
I'm very disappointed in you, Omar.
What the hell?
Cuff him.
Wait, Omar.
How's my boy?
He confessed to the murder of Omar White and was sentenced to death.
Perfect.
I think the case should be reviewed by the appeals court.
Why?
Idzik's lawyer slept through most of the trial, and the judge said nothing. The man's indifference to his own fate suggests some sort of mental instability.
If there's a way to get somebody out of death row, I will find it.
Bitch. I wanted Omar White to exterminate me. When he refused, I killed him, knowing I'd be sent here, that the state would do what Omar wouldn't.
So all of this is an elaborate way to commit suicide. Is that why you killed Karim Saeed?
No, that was revenge.
What did Karim Saeed do to you?
He bought me a cup of coffee. You bastard. His words ravaged my soul, ravaged. His words killed me. It was a moment, one of many for him. But for me, it was the most significant moment of my life. Ravaged by shooting Karim Saeed. I kept myself from doing something far worse.
Idzik.
Lemuel Idzik.
Idzik.
Lemuel Idzik.
Nightfall. To believe is to live. As the clock runs out, the hands of fate are replying. What more is there?
Don't fuck with querns.
Onto your butt.
I just want to prepare you for what you're going to see.
Name is Martin Quarns.
Thank you for this opportunity, Warden. I've heard about Emerald City for years now. Do I have your permission to do what I feel is necessary to keep the peace?
Yes, I'll let you have a fairly free hand.
Sister, get your buns in here.
What the fuck is happening? Oh my.
Okay, everybody, listen up. I want to introduce you to Martin Quarns, the new unit manager. He has a vast range of experience, having worked in both federal prisons as well as state detention centers.
What he didn't say was that, like most of you, I come from the streets. I'm not some candy-ass white liberal looking to turn you into better citizens.
It sucks!
I want to ask your opinion. Back to Gen Pop. I intend to meet with each of you individually, but until that time, keep one principle in mind. Don't fuck with querns.
Well, for me, the most important elements are, 1, some sandwiches, and 2, keeping a lid on the violence in general.
Those are my priorities as well.
Thank you, officer.
Out. As as I understand, you're one of the leaders around here in terms of the drug trade. How do you keep that thing on your head? Now, what are you gonna do? Hit me? Sit down. I want you to listen to me good. Simon had a BC. You can sell whatever the fuck you want to whoever you want to sell it to. I don't care. I'm gonna be looking the other way. On one condition, man. No violence. I mean, none. Zero. Take off. I'm told you like to fuck each other up the ass. Yeah. I'm not looking to create some Oz version of the Rainbow Coalition, Gen Pop. According to this file, you are one incredible pain in the ass. What I strive for is peace and quiet. And maintaining order. My mandate from Warden Glenn is simple. No violence.
I applaud you on your mandate.
That is incredibly sweet of you. Found this in the bottom of the drawer. McManus must have left it behind. I gave it a quick read.
Yeah.
Didn't really hold my interest. Too self-righteous.
Too self-righteous.
Pussy. You don't like it, you can follow Hoyt and the rest of them out the door.
You know what? I will.
I'll start the paperwork.
We have to talk, Quarters.
Later.
Now.
Johnson. We'll talk later. I understand you and Galeno didn't get along.
Who says that?
Did you ask me a question? Because you don't get to ask me questions. I can send you to the hole. You are my main suspect in Galena's death. You are my only suspect. I'm gonna be watching you, perched like a czarist eagle. We D.
Quartz. How can you condone what other BC is doing?
I don't have to explain why I condone what I condone to you.
You know, others have tried to silence me.
Others ain't me, Saeed. Do what you do best. Pray to Allah. Rest of the time, keep your mouth shut. All right. Okay, bye-bye. Bye.
I've been trying to get 5 minutes with you for days.
You got them now. Don't waste them by complaining.
As the leader, I expect some sort of representation.
I know the Muslim population is large, but as a force, you all seem pussy.
You'll feel the full force of our power.
Are you threatening me? Huh? Huh? Are you threatening me?
Querns, well, he and I came to a parting of the ways. My guess, I'll be gone in a week or two.
Sooner.
Martin, what's up?
I think you're going to have to accept the fact that the war on drugs is unwinnable.
Okay, done.
Since Querns took over, there's been no significant nonsense in M City.
Yeah. How long's that gonna last?
My system works, relatively speaking. Yeah. I got a file just full of fights between you two. Plus, I'm told you like to fuck each other up the ass.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I'm not wild about either practice, so chin pop. You know, I'm trying to eliminate violence from M City.
And doing an amazing job, sir.
Cut the crap! Come in, sit. Violence has decreased by 92%. 92%. That statistic would be higher, but for you, Ribidow, trying to shank Boots Malice in the middle of the night.
I'm very sorry, sir.
I'm sending you to Gen Pop, where they'll eat your ass for lunch.
Mr. Querns, sir, did the doctors figure out what's wrong with Ribidow?
Brain tumor.
Oh, my God. May I see him?
No, not my style.
Please, can I see him?
No. Life sucks all around.
Emerald City is a shithouse.
The motherfucker's jealous of me.
Jealous!
That's right, jealous.
Martin, please.
No, he knows it since I took over M City, there's been next to no violence.
We have to keep fighting.
That's just plain stupid.
Who are you calling stupid?
Hey, if the shoe fits.
Fuck you.
All right, enough.
Pussy.
Come on! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! What the fuck is happening here?
Are you threatening me? Like my day wasn't already in the toilet. What the fuck is going on? The first stage.
I thought these videos were funny for a while. They get a little old.
Fucking body. Do you know what that means? My record of no violence is kaput. You know what that means? You up to your African ass in shit. I want you to find me the bastard that did this and bring me his ass alive. Brown is dead. Bullshit. Murdered in the cafeteria. Hey, that's not MC. He's still one of ours at a BC. Glenn is pissed off royal. Everything we've built is on the verge of collapsing. You kill Brown. See? Cocksucker! Fuck you, bitch! Yeah, fuck me! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking up my secret! Fuck you! I never got caught.
You didn't know, you did know. It doesn't matter. You're fired.
Fuck.
We'll send you your belongings.
Not necessarily.
Get out.
Patience. Patience. The guy you want to go after is Martin Querns. Pussy.
Martin, what's up?
I'm smarter than you.
Absolutely.
Where are the videotapes?
In a safe place.
What are you keeping them around for? Destroy the tapes, Leo. Destroy the goddamn motherfucking tapes now! Hello, Leo. Conference is going great. You really pulled it off. I am running Lardner now.
I heard the commission was considering you to replace Saul Carnes. I called him and told him what I thought of you.
And you can see how much influence you have.
Fuck off.
Jeez, you are smart.
Just tell us who's going to be our new boss.
All righty. Some of you may already know him from when he worked here previously.
Oh, no.
More recently, he's been doing a bang-up job at Lardner. Martin Querns.
Hello, everybody. I'm back.
I'm back. Yeah, he comes back at the end. Chucky Pancamo. Hold on.
And check out actress Gina Phillips. Cutting edge idea. Plus Jeepers Creepers, we've got actress.
This is a 2001 rare live of Regis and Kelly the day of September 11th. They're showing Jeepers Creepers.
Gina Phillips. And check out this incredible performance from the Cabot Band. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. All next online.
Standing ovation back there, everybody. It's Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. Our studio audience has been in there for at least the last 15, 20 minutes, and so you missed the big story of the day that's developing right now here in New York City. A plane has crashed into one of the twin towers of the World Trade Center. You can
This is right before the second plane hit.
see it now on the screen right there. And don't know what the intent was, whether it was deliberate or accidental, but there is a fire going on there. Bits of debris are falling out of the sidewalks below. It happened at
Right now, there's confusion in the South Tower about whether or not to evacuate or stay. There were conflicting messages being reported.
8:48, about 12 minutes ago.
I believe the second plane hits the second building in 4 minutes. So right now, everybody in that South Tower has got 4 minutes to, you know, from where it's going to hit. You know, this is where minutes count.
Go. And so it's developing and will continue to develop all through the day.
And if you can see those bits of debris, they're large. If you can see it, it's large.
Yeah.
Because the World Trade Center is so immense and you can clearly see things falling.
A lot of speculation whether or not it was an accident or maybe a suicide bomber. Not out of the question these days. So there it
They say
is.
it was a jet. Eyewitnesses are saying that it was a jet. Not a large commercial jet, but a small jet.
But you can see it's a very clear day here in New York. We had thunderstorms last night, which kind of cleared out the area and actually turned into a beautiful early. They've been through a lot.
Well-known symbol of people inside. It's
Down there at Battery. They really had to.
oh my gosh, something just inside, just in time. I was with the kids and we. Oh my gosh, something.
As
just
a close
exploded.
view, I guess.
Something just exploded.
Maybe that plane had something in it.
I see it. Oh no, was that the North Tower?
There's phones going off.
Are we getting an explosion?
It wasn't
happening?
exploding.
No, that's the South Tower. South Tower just got hit.
You can see the flames.
Did it, or is that still the North Tower?
When something like this happens, it's such a mass destruction. You have to wonder about, of course, it looks like.
Yeah, they're both. Look, see, I told you the second tower just got hit. It got hit before 906. It looks
both
like.
buildings. That's both buildings. This is the next building.
Jumped over to the next building, huh? Fuselage exploded on the plane and
shot into the next building.
leaped into
No.
the next building.
See, they don't even realize it was a second plane.
This is just the worst.
Yeah. Just yesterday, the other
Mass
day, we were
destruction.
talking about the job the New York City and every city's fire department has. And this is going to be a tough one because that's almost at the top of that building.
There are so many people in there.
And it would happen, right after the workday
Worst thing I can imagine.
time. What's going on, Julie? You want to go back to it? This is going to be the kind of a show where we'll have to keep going back and forth.
I guess it's being said that a second plane hit the other tower.
That sounds like deliberate to me. I mean, I hate to say anything on live TV. A third plane. Oh, yeah, this is really something. 3 planes. How many, Gilman? 2 or 3?
We don't know. Right now, that was a replay of the.
Yeah, that was a replay of the second one going into the other tower. Wow, I just can't believe what's happening here.
Why don't we go to commercial?
Why don't we go to a commercial break, regroup, and get the story straight? Okay, we'll be right back.
Your attorneys may appear in court on your behalf without you present.
Yes, sir.
We go over the top 3 moments from week 1 of actor Danny Masterson's rape trial. Journalist Tony Ortega comes back on to explain it all. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Week 1 of actor Danny Masterson's rape trial out in Los Angeles is finished up. The That 70s Show star is facing charges of forcibly raping 3 women. This allegedly happened between.
Found guilty, and I tell you what, let's go over the show. Character letters were released from Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis.
More backlash today for Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis after their video explaining why they wrote letters of support for convicted rapist Danny Masterson. The actors were criticized for calling their former co-star a role model, among other things. And the consensus is that video didn't help.
We are aware of the pain.
Fierce backlash today for Ashton Kutcher and wife Mila Kunis as they apologize for the character letter calling That 70s Show star Danny Masterson an outstanding role model and exceptional older brother figure with a caring nature.
A couple months ago, Danny's family reached out to us and they asked us to write character letters to represent the person that we knew for 25 years so that the judge could take that into full consideration relative to the sentencing.
The letters were not written to question the legitimacy of the judicial system or the validity of the jury's ruling.
They were intended for the judge to read, and we're sorry.
One of the women Masterson was sentenced last
Why are you sorry about it then?
week of raping, known only as Jane Doe number 1, is slamming their apology. This video was incredibly insulting and hurtful. Chrissy Bixler, another Masterson accuser, blasted Kutcher. In my opinion, you're just as sick as your mentor, referring to Masterson. But others today...
They said he was a great non-drug influence, but he used drugs. So he didn't take drugs, but he used them to abuse others. Yeah. I think I'd rather be somebody who took drugs, not used them to abuse others.
They say they deserve some slack.
Yeah, there's no way that they were denying what had happened to the victim.
No. Now citizen sleuths looking for insight into Kutcher's relationship with Masterson have uncovered cringeworthy lost clips of the actor discussing a then 16-year-old actress, Hilary Duff, with whom he starred in the 2003 movie Cheaper by the Dozen.
She's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18, along with the Olsen twins.
There was also this
holy shit
cringeworthy interview about Kutcher's first kiss with a then underage Mila Kunis on That 70s Show.
And I was a 14-year-old little girl, and I was extremely scared for my life. Then Danny goes and goes, dude, I'll give you $10 if you French kiss her.
So Danny bets me like 20.
Oh, so Danny encouraged that. Huh.
Mila Kunis on That 70s Show.
And I was a 14-year-old little girl, and I was extremely scared for my life. Then Danny goes and goes, dude,
I was scared for my life. I was on that set with a bunch of cameras watching us, and I was scared for my life. Something should be said about the people that allowed that.
I'll give you $10 if you French kiss her.
So Danny bets me like 20 bucks that I wouldn't do it. And of course I'm like, yeah, sure, what's the deal?
Oh yeah, I'll kiss her. I guess it's a good thing that you're friends with that woman now, because wow, that's fucked up, dude.
We are aware of the...
It's horrible to laugh, but I mean, I'm sorry. It's just fucking, it's crazy that this shit comes out all these years later. And it's like, that shit was on TV one day. Like, you gotta wonder, how come back then it was cool to laugh and say stuff like that, but now today it's not? I mean, because of everything that's come out with
pain,
people that got away with the shit. Hell, look at Jimmy Savile. That fucking dude. That's a fucking weird dude.
It has been caused by...
Matter of fact, I thought, you know what, this would be a good thing. We'll check this out. I like Louis Theroux, and I had let's see, hold on. There's not a lot of, this is probably the closest documentary because Louis Theroux is a great interviewer, but he got fooled by Savile.
Now, on BBC Two, 16 years after the documentary When Louis Met Jimmy, Louis Theroux sets to understand how Savile was able to get away with his appalling crimes for so long, and tries to make sense of the failure to uncover the truth about him when he was alive. Includes some strong language and scenes which some viewers may find upsetting.
Jimmy, what are you up to?
This footage is of a visit Jimmy Savile made to my house in 2001.
Come and look at my exercise bike.
That would make me dizzy.
We'd had a friendly relationship since making a documentary together the previous year. One of my reasons for keeping in touch was I thought there was a side to him I hadn't seen.
All right then.
Bye.
Okay, good morning.
And if you ever do need a place to crash in London, you've got a room upstairs. I'm serious.
Thank you very much. I appreciated that. I'm just going to check out that it's safe out here. If I go out backwards, people will think I'm coming in. There.
Weird dude.
But I never found out the truth while he was alive.
Okay. Good to see you. All right.
It's fucking weird seeing young people chase after him as he left like that.
A report into how Jimmy Savile was able to abuse children while working for the BBC is due to be published. A leaked draft of Dame Janet Smith's report criticised a culture of untouchable stars at the corporation. Our media correspondent David Sillitoe can give us the latest. David, what do we know so far?
Well, this is the box in which I keep my Jimmy Savile material. So the background is that I made this film quite heavy in 2000 when Louis met Jimmy, and spent several weeks over the course of a few months trying to get to know him. How's it going?
Good
to meet you.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you doing?
You're better looking than me, you'll have to go.
Come
Anybody
on,
better
silly.
looking than me, that's it. Step this way.
Silly. How are you feeling?
Regularly. How are you?
Not too bad.
Marvellous. I'm like a butcher's dog, as it happens, and there's nothing more fitter and stronger than a butcher's dog.
Yeah.
All the scraps, all the bones, all the hair. That's it.
Yeah. "15 years after I first met him, and 3 years after the revelation of his vast offence history, I decided to speak to some of the people who'd known Jimmy Savile, his friends and his victims. I wanted to try to understand how he'd got away with his crimes for so long, to see what clues there are in hindsight, and make sense of my own failure to recognize him for what he was."
The way you are that makes the searching documentaries of the world here.
Is Kat available? Should we come in? How are you doing? Nice to meet you. The first to speak out after he died had been an ex-pupil at Duncroft, a boarding school for troubled teenage girls. Her name was Kat Ward.
Duncroft, that was how Duncroft was. I was sent there because I was in care in Norfolk, and I kept running away.
So can you remember the first time Jimmy Savile came to the school? There was a level of excitement, I suppose. I mean, he was someone off the telly.
Oh, God, yeah, so we'd all get excited about it, or we'd wonder, what's he going to bring this time? Sometimes he brought records. I mean, he was a disc jockey, and he always came loaded with cigarettes, because, of course, back then all the girls smoked.
And some of the girls would get chosen to take a ride in the Rolls with Jimmy.
Mm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you have any inkling of what might be in store? Had there been whispers?
Oh, there weren't whispers. We talked about it openly.
About what he was after?
Yeah, yeah. He had mainly been doing a bit of snogging, sticking his tongue down your throat, which was horrible because he tasted of those fat, smelly cigars. And he liked to have a grope if he could. There was nothing to grope on my chest, but he did like to grope. I think he preferred smaller breasts, actually.
What makes you say that?
Because the girls that he tended to select tended to be on the slender and less developed side.
Fucking man.
If I'm absolutely honest with you,
He looks like a demon.
abuse that I suffered at the hands of Jimmy Savile was nothing compared to what had gone before. So
From your stepfather?
yeah, and my stepfather's friends. By the time I was about 10, I had decided that men were predators. Men were bullies. Men only wanted women for sexual favors. So because I was used to abuse, this must sound awful. Because I was more used to it, I didn't find the sort of things that he asked for to be peculiar, because by that time I had decided that, well, that's what men do. All men. You know, I can remember the first time that he wanted me to fillet him, and I was like, no, I don't want to. So, you know, I gave him hand relief instead. But then the next time he took me out and he asked me to fillet him, and I said, oh, I don't want to. And he said, look, if you do, you can come to London and be on my television programme. Obviously, if you, as a child, have to fillet an adult, there's a lot of gagging and retching and quite often vomiting involved. And he flung the car door open and said, not in the car, not in the car.
Did you watch my documentary at the time?
Yeah.
What did you make of it? What were you expecting, and what did you see?
My actual reaction was along the lines of, poor Louis. He's really, really been hoodwinked. Sorry. Sorry. It's an awful thing to say.
No, it's good to hear that. After he died, I really had to take a step back and examine my own conscience a little bit to think about, well, what did I miss, and what more could I have done?
We can all now look back and say, oh yeah, wow, why didn't we see that? Yeah, he told us what he was. And we didn't see it. Why didn't we see it? He was very clever.
The idea that he might have a secret was one of the motivations behind my original documentary. Like many, from my teenage years, I'd heard unsavory rumors about Jimmy Savile. From our first day together, it was clear he enjoyed the perception that no one knew his private affairs.
Do we not talk about that?
Yeah, we can talk about anything.
Prince Charles and Princess Diana.
That's right. We can talk about anything.
Yeah.
You'll find out how tricky I am. Next. I've got him on the ropes. I've got him on the ropes. It's the ropes. Here we are.
Fucking weird,
As
dude.
filming progressed, I saw that he was committing himself to the documentary in ways I hadn't expected from someone of his celebrity.
Whoa!
Working long hours,
Give me the bag, Jimmy.
staying overnight in a caravan in Scotland, letting me sleep in his dead mother's bedroom.
Wow. I can't believe
On one of
you.
our last days at filming, I'd
He
asked
slept in his dead mom's bedroom?
rumours that swirled around him.
It's easy for me as a single man to say, I don't like children, because that puts a lot of salacious tabloid people off the hunt.
Are you basically saying that so tabloids don't, pursue this whole isn't he a paedophile line, basically?
Yes. Oh, how do they know whether I am or not? How does anybody know whether I am? Nobody knows whether I am or not. I know.
We know you are now because, you can just look back at all this shit, Jimmy, and all the people that've talked about you, Jimmy.
So I can tell you from experience that the easy way of doing it when they say, oh, you're all them children, Jim will fix it. I say, yeah, I hate them.
Yeah. To me, that sounds more sort of suspicious in a way.
Hard luck.
Because it seems so
But
important.
that's my policy, that's the way it goes.
Really? At the time, it hadn't felt like a particularly revealing exchange.
Ho, ho, ho. And it's until 10 o'clock at night.
After the documentary went out, I felt a degree of gratitude for the effort he'd put into it, and we kept in touch. Here we go. So here's what Jimmy and Louis did next. Welcome to the 21st century's strangest friendship. I found Jimmy rather defensive, says Louis. If someone came into your house and went through all your stuff, what would you be? Rails Jimmy. But I tell you something, he found zilch. I'm not into white powder. I'm not into that underage shit. I'm a marathon runner and we're very boring people.
Interesting choice of words. I'm not into white powder, and I'm not into that underage shit. I can understand saying the white powder drug stuff, but that's a weird one to throw in.
With us in the studio. Louis, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Like most of the country, I think I'm intrigued by what actually goes on in Jimmy's head, in Jimmy's life, in Jimmy's house. Was there any one thing that you wanted
And
to
if anyone clips that, I'm on here on this video talking about Jimmy Savile.
When you're actually there, you lost your nerve?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, no, he's pretty much, you can ask him almost anything. He is a sexual enigma. I still haven't really sorted out what's going on there exactly.
Our association had lasted a number of years. Jimmy Savile used to boast that he didn't have emotions. But there are many people who knew him in a friendly way for decades. I wondered if they might shed light on who he really was. Hi, Janet.
Good morning.
Louis.
Hello.
How do you do?
Well, I'm better now to see you. Come in.
Okay.
That's
So
what
take
it's for. No, only if you're staying in. Yeah.
What do you think? Or should we go into the garage and look at some of the stuff?
Yes. Right. I'll just get my coat.
Yes.
Well, but can I shut the door now?
Yeah.
Cut.
Do what you want.
Yeah.
Janet Cope was Jimmy Savile's PA. Besides his mother, she probably spent more time with him than any other woman. This is all stuff that remains from when you were working with him, and you worked with him for about 28 years, didn't you?
Yeah, nearly 30.
Dear Jimmy, I was enormously touched by your very kind letter.
Yeah, but I haven't got.
Yours sincerely, Prince Charles.
Yes. There's one like that from Mrs. Thatcher somewhere.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sent him out.
But he always remembered his team.
Yeah.
There wasn't anywhere I couldn't ring to get hold of Downing Street. I had a direct line to Downing Street.
It's been quite hard finding close friends of his to speak now.
Yeah. He didn't have many close friends. He found friends an incumbence. He liked his freedom. He didn't want anything that weighed him down.
In a way, a friendship is a two-way relationship.
Yes.
And really, he wanted one-way relationship.
Yes, which is why I think Jim and I got on so well. He controlled things, not in a nasty way, but in a positive way. He'd come over here for his dinner, but he still had control over me, like what we ate, the time he would arrive, the smoking indoors.
Oh, look. After all this, it's got to be that. What do you think about that?
Doesn't worry me. Didn't think twice about it.
Well, for someone who advertised the fact that he didn't have any emotions.
No, of course he loves me because I'm convenient.
Did you? I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but
no, I didn't love him.
Did you see the documentary I made?
Yeah.
With him?
Yeah, I did.
Did you have any thoughts on it?
I laughed because I thought, especially when you were in the back of that camper van and he said he slept in it all night, I thought, good old Louis, he believed him.
You think he didn't?
No, of course he didn't.
What makes you think he didn't?
Because he's a good liar.
Oh.
He used to tell people how many marathons he'd done. And every time he told different journalists the number of marathons he'd done, the number was different. But I had no proof, and neither did anybody else, because nobody checked up on it.
Did you feel that he had
Whoa.
any
He ain't got no pants?
sexual
What
interests?
the fuck?
I used to tell people that he was asexual, because people always accused him of being gay, and he wasn't gay. But then he wasn't craving what I call female closeness ever. Not that I ever saw or witnessed, ever.
Jim fixed me. I remember that. I read it at the time. For 28 years, she was PA to the eccentric Savile, even cooking and cleaning for him. Then one day, says Janet Cope, she was out with no warning and not even a thank you.
I was sick to death of hearing him say, put the kettle on, because I knew to put the kettle on. And made the tea, took it in, put it all around the table. And then he said, one thing led to another, I can't remember at the time. He said, she's gone.
She's out.
She's out.
Pointing at you.
Yeah. I don't know how I felt. I was gobsmacked. I went up to him and I just said, Jim, why have you done this to me? Why have you done this? I've lied for you. I said, I've looked after you all this time. Why have you done this to me? He'd got a pile of papers in his hand. He said, today's today, tomorrow's tomorrow, and I've got a train to catch. End of.
Damn.
And he didn't understand other people's feelings. He didn't. He just didn't. But then they weren't important to him, so why should he understand them?
Today's the day, tomorrow's tomorrow, and I got a train to catch, bitch. Wow. Fucking.
Now, Janet Rowe, you've been Jim's assistant for
Was.
over 20 years.
Was.
Before you leave his employ, can you tell us about it?
Yes, Jimmy has a dream, and he usually makes dreams come
I couldn't help feeling that Janet too had been used by Jimmy Savile. To provide food and shelter and showing total loyalty, and yet without ever really getting close. It was striking that someone could know him so well, while also knowing him barely at all. In our time together, Jimmy Savile had only entertained serious questions about his private life on one occasion.
Did they ever ask you to host it?
Not just now.
During a visit to the flat in Scarborough he'd once shared with the only woman he'd ever said he loved.
You said you have the Duchess's clothes.
Yeah, artifacts.
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 Where are they?
His mother, who he called the Duchess.
And my cleaner takes them out and gets them cleaned and freshened up about once a year. Now all this gear was gear she wore, so instead of slinging it away, I thought I'd hang on to it because these make better souvenirs than photographs. You know, it's all missing, stuff like that. Knitting. Knitting. We both lives here.
Together?
Of course.
Did that not cramp your style a little bit?
No, not at all. If you see over there on the horizon,
Jimmy.
a caravan camp.
Yeah.
I had a caravan there. So that was the love nest.
It was my big chance to address the central question of what his sexual interests were. Do you mean to say that you've never, ever had a girlfriend?
Friends that are girls, 8 million.
Yeah.
Friends that are girls, a girlfriend in the sense of today, i.e., you are together, you don't bother with anybody else, etc. No, never. Never.
Not even for like a week?
No, not even for a week. No.
What strikes me looking back is that in describing large numbers of fleeting encounters, he was telling part of the truth, leaving out that they involved child molestation, rape, and sexual assault. A few weeks after the documentary aired, in 2000, I received a letter. It came from two women who described themselves as girlfriends of Jimmy Savile. We watched your TV program with great interest. It's a shame in your research you didn't find us and ask us some questions about Jim. We could have directed you as to how to tackle him and what to ask. Contrary to what Jim would like you to believe, Jim did have a lot of girlfriends, not girls that were just friends. We were two of them. All Jim's girlfriends knew each other. There was never jealousies. We're all enormous friends to this day. I went along to meet them for tea in London. They were in their mid-40s. They described a long, friendly relationship that had started decades earlier at the BBC. But knowing everything I know now about Jimmy Savile, some details of what they told me are troubling. I said to one of them, "How old were you?" "You sound like Jimmy," she said. "That's the first question he would always ask. How old are you?" "Why?" I said. "Why do you think?" If you extract the details, it is predatory and inappropriate and unhealthy. And in fact, one of them had been 15 when she started the relationship, so it is criminal. But you've got the friendship and also their tone, which was to do with affection. At the time, I took the relationships to be symptomatic of a different era, the show business world of the 60s and 70s. In fact, in those early days at the BBC, Jimmy Savile was involved in multiple sexual assaults, some involving children. The shows he made gave him access to vulnerable youngsters, and also the celebrity and the cachet to win their trust.
Oh, down in the water.
Hi, Joel.
Hi, Louis.
Louis, how do you do?
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Do you come out here quite a bit?
I do.
Joel Stribling Wright, an ex-BBC producer, worked with him on and off for 30 years. What was your professional association with Jimmy Savile?
Oh, I was a researcher on Jim Will Fix It right from the beginning. And before that, there were two series of a not very successful show called Clunk Click.
Did you also work on Top of the Pops?
I worked on Top of the Pops, yes.
And have you familiarized yourself with the various accounts by victims of what happened in the reports that have come out?
No, I haven't read in detail the report because I don't quite know what I'd do with it. I didn't see anything. I mean, I've done various interviews about it, and I really didn't see anything that would give me cause for concern. the music industry was like that. Sex and drugs and rock and roll. People could get away with stuff, much as they probably still do.
There's the small difference of this being a BBC studio,
Yes.
a BBC dressing room,
Right.
basically a kids show,
right?
A kids show that you were working on.
It always sounds shocking when people say they're not shocked and horrified and dramatically overwhelmed by everything. But I wasn't.
I wonder if you would react slightly differently if you read the reports. There's an accumulation of account, which is, you know, those words that you mentioned, horrifying, and but which are actually justified, and which you can only really appreciate if you see the scale, if you try to comprehend the scale of what went on.
It sounds when we talk like you're trying to, or I feel like I'm trying to justify why this thing happened and why nobody did anything about it. I mean, my relationship with Savile was very much in the workplace. I didn't see him on any social occasions. But then, as he once said to me, I was a bit walnutish, you know, I was in my mid-20s.
What did you take walnutish to mean?
A bit too old.
Because walnuts are sort of wrinkly,
Exactly.
brown and wrinkly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, part of his persona was the fact that he would tread very close to the line. In hindsight, you realize now. I once had a conversation with him about the perfect crime. And he said, the problem is, it's not a perfect crime. You can get the kudos for having committed the perfect crime, but the second you get the kudos for having committed the perfect crime, i.e. by telling somebody, it's then no longer the perfect crime. I sometimes wonder if he was kind of teasing the world in an effort to be discovered.
Doggy.
Here's another one. Louis' tip. I think that's when he came into the office on one occasion.
Dude just looks deathly, man. He, like, in some of his fucking photos, the dude, I mean, he almost has like a fucking aura of demonic presence to his fucking photographs. Like, imagine he didn't have these sunglasses on. His eyes look almost fucking reddish.
2001, Jimmy Savile paid a visit to my BBC offices for a short follow-up documentary.
Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
Quirky little guy.
Darling outfit,
Dreadful tip.
He was dressed inappropriately. His behavior was creepy. But at the time, like others, I felt this was part of his common persona.
Louis, tip. Right. Oh, sweet. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Oh, yes, yes. Here, I hope that Mr. Louis Oakes never comes. That'll do for me. I like to strip these girls down.
Mr. Jimmy Savile, how are you doing? You didn't jog all the way down, did you?
Where have you been? This beautiful girl is coming, bearing gifts. Thank you. You're very, very kind. Can you walk away slowly, please? Thank you. And now what I'm going to do...
Yeah. There's a lot of things he's doing that's just fucking creepy.
Because I'm in the BBC, I must now change. Not mind if I change here, do you?
Looking back, he almost seems to be showing how much he can get away with and daring us to challenge him. Later, his conversation returned to a favorite theme of how to deal with unwelcome attention from the tabloids.
Does it perturb you at all that you are actually in that category where somebody can have a go at you? They don't care whether it's right, wrong, true, false. As long as I've got names, baby, they'll have a feast. Say, for instance, you interviewing me on an allegation of something that was not nice, right? And you said to me, you are alleged to have, dum-dum-dum-dum. My answer would be, it would be a lot worse if it were true.
Well, they do say no smoke out of fire, don't they? After he died, there were numerous reports detailing the scale of Jimmy Savile's offending. They identified 326 victims.
With as much ties to royal family as he had, it's just too coincidental and weird that as soon as he drops dead, as soon as the services are over, like, boom, now all these people can fucking come out and not be afraid. Like, what's the deal with that?
Describing a range of incidents from the relatively less serious to rape and child abuse.
Fucking man.
72 victims involved the BBC. 177
I would have yanked that fucking cigar out of his mouth and shoved it up his fucking
hospitals. We know that your client has agreed not to pursue a claim against this newspaper.
That's right.
I mean, you see how he dressed a while ago. It's just like, it's like he wants to fucking, you know, dress that way just to show his creepy old self off.
That I was derogatory to patients, right? Which I wasn't. And so they agreed that I wasn't. And they said, we have made a mistake. Can you take this nicely for quid?
Well, yeah, that seems a bit rich given how much, I mean, for them to accuse you of being derogatory to patients given how much money.
That's why they'll pay up.
Do they?
Oh, well,
Sherry Wheatcroft was a patient at Stoke Mandeville in 1973. Hello, Louis. How do you do?
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. How do you like to say your name? Cherie or Sherry? Are you Clive?
Hi.
Louis.
Very pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. Are these all your paintings?
Yes, that's what I spend most of my time doing, painting all day and actually all night, mostly.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, thank you very
Really
much.
nice. There's a lot of James Blunt pictures.
Ah, well, I did,
Do you specialise in him?
no, basically, my daughter was a big fan and she introduced me to him, went to see him. Believe it or not, James Blunt came at the side of me and I got pushed into him.
Look at that. That's brilliant.
Yeah. All right.
Do you consider yourself to have been a victim? Are you happy with that term?
Yeah. I would never let my children watch him on television. As soon as anything came on about him, I'd turn the television off.
When Jim Will Fix It was...
Yeah, for anything like that.
Have you said that you watched the documentary that I made in 2000?
Yes, I did watch that.
And so what did you, I mean, what's the feeling of
I
watching
was just really, really annoyed. I was like fuming. I just thought, oh, he's silly chap. He doesn't know what goes on. He doesn't know. He's so gullible, oh, you know.
Now, why have you written my name and address on this pad?
Because I never know whether you existed or not.
Yeah. How did you get the address?
Well, I'll get anything, mate.
How did you get it though?
I can get anything.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can't get. And there's nothing I can't do. Thank you.
You felt that I was gullible and silly.
Oh, yeah. You were young, yeah, and he was like, I'm the celebrity. I'm big, you know, and then that just came over that he was manipulating things.
What has been difficult is realizing that I failed to get to the truth about him and that I wasn't able to do more to kind of bring him to account while he was still alive.
He's so good at disguising everything. I was at school doing A-levels, but all hell went loose because I found out I was pregnant. was too scared to let my parents know about it. And I had it on January the 18th and they didn't know. I just wanted to go home, and there was a huge electric fire, 2-bar fire behind the door, and I fell out like this. So I remember looking at my hands and just fainting. And then I didn't know where I was going, of course. I just remember seeing trees go by. I got to the hospital and obviously started to come round. I couldn't use my hands, I had them all bandaged up. And I was sitting on the end of my bed and I was just looking out the window as I am now. And I saw somebody just running, but as they were running, they looked at me, and of course I was looking at them, and their run changed course. And the eyes fixed on me, and they started running directly towards me. And the next minute, the person tried to climb in the window, and I just couldn't believe it. I was like in shock. And he was climbing in, and by the time he got down, jumped down, was then smiling, but came straight at me, went to kiss me and stuck his tongue right down my throat, went to my face. Obviously, I couldn't use my hands. I held my face and put his tongue right down my throat, and it wasn't just quick, it went on and on. And then he started jabbering. You've been a naughty girl, haven't you? You've been a naughty girl, haven't you? You've been a naughty girl with your boyfriend, haven't you? He just kept on repeating. It wasn't just like going on to one sentence then another. He just kept repeating it because I didn't answer. He kept repeating it. And there was things coming up about my health and previous things, and I thought straight away, I knew that he'd seen my health records. Something gave me the idea that he'd seen my health records, or that he'd spoken to the head surgeon as well, or whatever, or somebody had told him that I'm on my own there.
It sort of suggests that he had scoped you out. I mean, I don't want to compare something hideous that you went through to something trivial, but in my documentary, there's a moment when he shows me a piece of paper with my address written on it, which was ex-directory and therefore not easy to get hold of, that led me to think that he had somehow finagled his way into, or knew someone with access to my, some civil servant.
That's what he did. I think he probably did.
I mean, yeah, it's obvious. Louis, he was knighted by the fucking Queen. He met the Pope. He told you straight to your face he can get anything.
You've been with Clive about 20 years, did you say? And I imagine you spoke to Clive about the Jimmy Savile incident.
Oh, yes.
You knew about that before?
I've known about it in fleeting parts, only when sort of Sherry has opened up about it.
Mm-hmm.
The most current question that people ask, I've noticed, is that why didn't you say something about it?
I'm furious with myself as well. Why on earth didn't I just go up to somebody and complain and make a thing of it? But you were scared to. You've got money, influence. That whole thing. You were just like scared to say anything.
In 2000, Jimmy Savile had taken me to the hospital where he'd once abused Sherry. Throughout the 70s and afterwards, he'd continued to visit, raising millions for a new building.
So, I mean, where are we, in fact? This is the Stoke Mandeville Spinal Injury Centre.
Yes, this is the National Spinal Injury Centre at Stoke Mandeville Hospital.
Is this the jewel in the crown of the Jimmy Savile accomplishments?
I would have said it's the biggest.
Yeah.
Yes.
How does it make you feel walking through these corridors, which you were instrumental in building?
Well, seeing as they've been open for over 20 years, I don't feel anything now. I'm just nice and happy that it's here.
At the time, amid all his bizarre qualities, Jimmy Savile's charitable work had felt like his great redeeming feature. In hindsight, it was a smokescreen for his abuse and a way of getting access to vulnerable people. I was
Exactly
curious
what
to
it
meet
was.
someone from the hospital, to hear how they made sense of it all now, looking back. Sylvia Nicol worked closely with Jimmy Savile on the Stoke Mandeville appeal. Hi, Sylvia.
Hello,
Louis.
yes, hello, Louis.
Can I come in?
Yeah, I'll
How are
let
you?
you.
Yeah,
I'll let you
you'll
come
let
in.
me, okay.
I will.
Thank you.
Oh, that's
Is that you there?
yeah, that's me.
Okay.
That's Jan, me, and Marianne.
In what capacity were you working when you first met him?
As a medical secretary
At
for the
Stoke Mandeville.
NHS in the spinal centre at Stoke Mandeville Hospital. He came to Stoke in '69 and it was to do a walk for the Red Cross and he stayed. He basically made our office a bit of a base. It was the 2nd of January 1980. We had a really bad snowstorm. All our ceilings were caving in. They were wooden huts built in 1943. The lights were full of water as the snow was melting, you know, that deep. It was chaos. And Dr. Silver then phoned Jim. You must come, you've got to do something. And Jim did. And within 2 days, we were flooded with letters into Stoke Mandeville. Just Jimmy Savile, Stoke Mandeville Hospital is all it would say. And in it would be checks, money, fluffy toys, everything came in.
And when did it open? Do you recall?
1983, August the 3rd was the opening day.
That was where Prince Charles and Princess Diana came along.
Yeah.
Prince Charles went to Stoke Mandeville Hospital in Buckinghamshire today to open a new unit. And even though it wasn't planned, he took his wife along with him.
Only I know the real reason that the princess is here, and I must say, it's a complicated way of getting a request played on radio in London.
When I say that it costs £10 million, how on earth do you raise £10 million in 3 years?
Oh my goodness.
You can get it out if you can.
Can I? There it is.
There it is. So this picture, when people said, have you got anything you can give us? And we send you money in. We sent them this quite a big photograph, probably that big, of Jim rolled up.
As a thank you for
As a thank you,
donations.
yeah. There's the Lego. And as you can see, it's the same colouring.
Who did that?
Lego.
Lego did it.
Legoland sent us that. Everything was just came to him. It was an unbelievable experience, that appeal. Now, every morning I open this door and say, why don't you do something about all this?
You do?
I do. I can see him. I don't quite cover his face. And I say, why don't you do something about all this? Because I reckoned he could do anything.
Do something about what?
This, what's furore that's arisen since he died.
Do you really do that?
I really do that.
Why do you do that?
I don't know. I don't know, because what else can you do? You can't. I did pray to God a little bit occasionally. Sort of said, why is all this happening? Because it was just shattering.
So basically, am I right in thinking you don't really believe that he raped, abused, molested?
No, I've never said that I don't believe that. I've made an absolute point of saying I only saw the good in Jimmy Savile. I never saw anything in that line. And had I seen anything in that line, I would have been the first to report it.
I believe that you didn't see anything like that. I didn't see anything like that
Don't hear
either.
anything like that.
But I also have to believe those accounts and try to square them with the person that I thought I knew.
But you didn't know him for as long as I did. We've had a pretty ghastly time.
Go on.
I'm a victim. His family are victims as much as anyone else would be a victim.
Who or what are you a victim of?
I'm a victim of losing those memories. And that is quite a big thing out of your life. Because when you get older, your memories do become more important. And that was many years of memories. He wasn't a friend to me. He was a friend to what I'd spent 50 years of my life with, which is the spinal centre. And we wouldn't have a spinal centre there now, but for Jim, which would mean we wouldn't have a lot of people still alive. Look in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
You needn't film
It
that.
doesn't
I'm
outweigh.
not going to get rid of it.
Take it out.
Pass, yeah, pass.
This one?
It's been there for years. It's been there. It was Jim on one of his cruises. That one could go back there. That's discreet. So I try to only know, and I do know that I only saw good. And that's all I can ever say about this.
Sylvia seemed a stark example of how Jimmy Savile was able to win the good opinion of well-meaning people. In the 2 years after my documentary, I made 3 or 4 visits up to Leeds. There was always a professional reason, recording DVD inserts or doing press for shows. And I continued to be tantalized by whether the mask might slip.
It's all right, that's right.
But there was also a social dimension. A part of me had come to see him as something like a friend.
What's happening now?
Well, I'm just getting you the fencing of reserve.
While he had begun taking a proprietary interest in my career.
Your future is safe in my hands. Not only is your future safe, it's also glittering.
We would visit a local restaurant called the Flying Pizza. These images now make for uncomfortable viewing. In fact, the mother and daughter were known to Jimmy Savile. But it's striking, looking back now, how he normalized physically invasive behavior.
Whoa.
Constantly blurring the line of what he was permitted to do.
Oh, I love your pose. I love your pose. The other one goes, boring. That's true. Shut up, they're boring. I know. Wait, you know.
Yes, please.
It's got the Flying Pizza name on it.
It is a San Carlo Flying Pizza. Yeah, let's hop out. It's actually quite an unprepossessing building, isn't it?
I was back in Jimmy Savile's hometown of Leeds for the first time since being there with him. I was with Susan, a woman who'd met him in the 70s and still lives close to his old stomping ground. So you'd actually met him on these two occasions, is that right?
Yes, the first time when I tested his eyes and the second when I delivered the specs. I think it was 1972. He used to wear great big plastic glasses. And I remember the manager called and said, your specs are ready. And that's when he said to the manager, send the one with the big knockers and the short skirt. That was how I looked when I was about 21, 22. So
That's who you were at that time.
how I was. In those days, one of my main features was my boobs. And I always got teased about them. So yeah, when he said someone with the big knockers and the short skirt, it didn't mean it. You know, I never thought anything of it.
Yeah, evidently, because you went.
Because I went in a taxi, clutching a pair of specs, knocked on his door, and then I went. And then went through into this really shabby back-to-back terrace, down Consort Terrace it was.
So Jimmy Savile guided tours of Leeds. I didn't know they were doing that. That was April 2012. That can't have lasted very long.
Yeah, now I look at it, I can remember going up the steps and ringing the bell. And it was just disgusting. It was filthy. Clothes, his tracksuits all over the floor, empty cereal packets everywhere, just dirty.
So then what happened?
So then I obviously took the glasses out of the box and I must have stood obviously fairly near him like this to put the specs on. And that's when he grabbed my boobs and he actually stuck his tongue in my mouth. And then as I stood back, he dropped his tracksuit bottoms and said, how's about that then? And there was his pink wrinkly willy as I described it.
You said, how's about that then?
Yeah, because that was his phrase.
That was his
wasn't it?
catchphrase.
Yeah, that was his catchphrase. Yeah. And he just sort of got on with the rest, put the glasses on, pulled his tracksuit bottoms back up, and then just carried on as though nothing had happened. Put the glasses on, and then he did this very brief interview on a reel-to-reel tape thing, I think it was.
Having just exposed himself to, he said, do you want to be on my radio program?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, I'm there with this famous person. So I said, yeah, okay.
This afternoon, as we celebrate Jimmy Savile's Requiem Mass, it is our belief that although his body is stilled in death, his flamboyant and generous soul lives on.
I listened to Radio Leeds and they wanted people to come forward with stories about Jimmy Savile. So I put forward that I'd tested his eyes as a student, and that's where I stopped story.
Back in 1972, I was a very inexperienced student optometrist. I had to test Jimmy's eyes. I later then delivered his new specs to his home, which was full of tracksuits, bling, and packets of cornflakes. That's a great story, that. Thank you very much indeed for that, Susan. I enjoyed reading that.
Everybody else was texting Radio Leeds. I thought, well, I actually met him. I did test his eyes, so that's all I was saying. I missed the second half of the sentence out.
13 different police forces are now dealing with a catalogue of complaints against the late Sir Jimmy Savile, including the shocking allegation that the TV star molested a brain-damaged girl at the Leeds General Infirmary in 1970.
When everything was revealed, I realised I'd had a lucky escape. And then, of course, I sent yet another message to radio leads to say, well, actually, I sent a message to say they tested my eyes, but here's the full story. And within half an hour, they'd sent a reporter up to my work.
It's made me feel worse now than it did 40 odd years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I can live with it. It just makes you think.
It had taken Susan nearly 40 years to acknowledge to herself that what had taken place was an assault. It was as though Jimmy Savile's sense of personality and entitlement had been so strong in life that she hadn't felt permitted to see her experience for what it was.
This has been one of the most important inquiries in the history of this organisation. What happened was profoundly wrong. It should never have started. It should certainly have been stopped. Sexual abuse is sexual abuse. It can never be excused.
When Dame Janet Smith published her report into the BBC's role in the Savile affair, among the many victims interviewed were the two women who'd written me a letter in 2000 and who I'd met for coffee. Come forward amid the tsunami of revelations to say that their relations with Jimmy Savile had been abusive.
That was sort of the closest I got to getting the truth. But at the time that I met them, they were still describing themselves as his friends. But I feel as though if they'd been more able to speak out at that time, I could have done more to bring out the truth while he was alive.
It was upsetting to realize that I'd actually met two victims while Jimmy Savile was still alive. I wondered whether, if I'd handled the encounter in a different way, they might have felt able to say more, whether they simply hadn't been ready, intimidated by the perception of his power. Once he'd been unmasked, the rumours that had circulated around Jimmy Savile in life took on a whole new gravity. I tried to think where I'd heard the rumours and traced one back through my mum to my aunt who worked at the Mail on Sunday. She told me she'd heard it from a co-worker called Angela Levin. Hi, Angela. Louis.
Hello.
How do you do? Nice to meet you. Mind if I join you? So you heard that there was an interest in disabled youngsters. When? What year was that? Was that
In the mid-80s.
when you did your first profile?
Well, I found him despicable, and I found him a bully, and I found him a control freak. He would, I was told anonymously by one nurse, play with little girls who were paralysed from the waist down.
That's fucked
I
up.
mean, it seems odd that in a newspaper where you have the resources to get that story out there and do something about it, that if you believed it, that you couldn't have somehow done something.
On me.
No, I'm just
About her to what, Jimmy?
trying to, in a sense,
I mean, I think there are
see
some
if there was
people-
more we could have done. You know, we as a society are attempting to learn from what's happened.
Yes, I think you mustn't be overwhelmed by someone's fame, and I think nobody is in the same way. You know, he was very, very famous. He had very, very good connections. He raised a load of money for charity, and I think that's a very, very intimidating. He knew people in high places.
Jimmy Savile's power had created an aura of invulnerability.
There he is
Such
with the
strong
Pope.
that even now, after all the revelations, there are still those under its influence, as I'd discovered when I'd interviewed Janet Cope.
This is my wedding certificate and it's got Jimmy Savile on it, look.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The presence of.
And that's
That's a good photo.
and that's outside the registry office because I had to start the ball rolling in the registry office. And then we went to Stoke Mandeville Church at the hospital.
Basically, he gave you away, is that right?
He did indeed.
As a father normally would.
Yeah, but I didn't have any relatives, so Jim was my nearest. So I asked him if he'd give me away and he said yes. Ready?
Ready.
Today and days like this, I think, enrich the lives of human beings. When we get together on a day like today, it lifts us all. Thank you for coming, and God bless the both of you.
Jim is now lying in an unmarked grave on a hill in Yorkshire, and he's not recognised anymore as being the good person that he was. I don't know whether you've seen it all, but it's made my hair curl.
Do you mean things that came out after he died?
Yeah.
About his
That people made up.
activities?
Yeah. Which he didn't do.
Which you don't believe?
No, I don't believe it. It was impossible for him to do many of the things that he was accused of.
You've read the Stoke Mandeville report?
Yeah, this one, yeah.
And you didn't find them persuasive?
Many of these claims from Jim are going back to the 60s. I mean, I was grateful if somebody gave me a pat on the bum, but you can't apply the same rules because it was a different era. It was just different.
It's important to remember that many of the allegations and the encounters that are described are much more serious than a pat on the bum.
Go on then, give me one.
Girls aged between 10 and 14 in which he puts his hand down and touches them intimately in a totally
I doubt it.
unwelcome.
I doubt it.
He literally fucking tossed you aside and said, "I got a train to catch, bitch." What are you talking?
Do you think it's possible that because
Some fucking, I don't know about her.
of your close association with him for so many years that you've slightly lost your
I think you got that answer when she played and saved a fucking recording of him on her wedding day.
objectivity? Do you think that's possible?
No. No.
Yes.
Definitely, I don't think so. But what makes you ask that?
I don't know. Maybe how you pulled out that fucking tape a while ago and listened to him and got teary-eyed, it looked like.
The discovery of Jimmy Savile's offences has meant that anyone who knew him has the task of reappraising that part of their life.
Put the finger on the knot.
I look back at rushes from my documentary and caught between a sense of missed clues and an awareness of the distorting power of hindsight. And I think how amazing it is to realise he knows he's being recorded.
I think she's got it.
Very good, very good.
Oh, Jimmy.
I don't know if that was necessary.
Well, what was going on there? It's called opportunism. And I'm a great opportunist. If I see a lady in distress, scantily clad, I'm the first to offer my finger.
When I see a lady in distress, and wow,
To put on the knot.
See you in the
scantily, wow.
Okay. No.
In fact, in all the hours of footage I've seen of Jimmy Savile, there is only one section I know of in which he doesn't appear to realise he's on camera, when the director of my original documentary taped him after I'd gone to bed.
In the dance halls, I invented zero tolerance. I won't have any nonsense whatsoever, ever, 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 ever. I was always in trouble with the law for being heavy-handed, always. But I couldn't care less about that.
Ejecting people who were mucking about?
No, I never let anybody out. I tied him up and put him down in the bloody boiler house until I was ready for him. 9 o'clock in the fucking morning. They plead to get out.
At the time, this material was shocking because it felt so unlike the Jimmy Savile most of us knew.
You know, if a copper came and said, you was a bit heavy with that kid or those two guys, whatever, I'd say, your daughter comes in here, she's 16, she's not supposed to come into town, but she does, and she comes here. I presume you'd like me to look after her. If you don't want me to look after her, tell me, and I'll let them dirty slags do what they want to her. All right, Jim, all right, all right, all right. All right, then. Give me a fucking hard time, then. Yeah, you're right, you're right. You didn't give the bastard half enough, I'll tell you, Jim. Thank you, goodbye. And they never got nicked. And I've never altered. No. I've got a zero tolerance, mate.
Now it feels like one of the only examples we have on film of Jimmy Savile behind the scenes. But Jimmy Savile, his victims knew.
Hello.
Hello.
You Sam?
I am.
Louis. How are you
Hello.
doing?
Sorry, I'm
nice
good,
to meet
thank
you.
you. And
Shall I take
you?
my shoes off?
Our paths crossed because we used to go to church on a Saturday evening, which is where he used to go, because that was on the hospital premises.
It was the Stoke Mandeville Chapel,
Yeah.
in effect. Feel as though
You didn't do the right thing. You
well,
missed something.
I want to stand up and say, like, I don't really regret that, in the sense that I don't want to say that I have anything to feel ashamed of, in a sense,
Yeah.
because
You haven't, though,
I
have
didn't
you?
see anything. I accept that I was one of many people who failed to see what he was about.
How did you fail to see that? Because even then, you looked at him, you smelt him, his mannerisms, to me, were really obvious.
Perhaps that's just because you know.
Yeah.
It's only obvious, it's like they say about quizzes, it's only obvious if
When
you know the answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you doing here? Straight punter. Boring. Don't do booze, don't do drugs, don't do none of them foolish things I see in your programs. However, I suppose it's nice to do a bit straight for a change.
Yeah.
You'll have your work cut out being interesting.
Yeah, no, I know. It's do you really regard yourself as normal?
No, I regard myself as odd.
Yeah.
I think I'm odd.
It's sometimes said that monsters don't get close to children. Nice men do.
The altar. That's the altar there.
Do you call it the altar?
Because I go to sleep in it and I smile and it's nice to be there.
Yeah. That doesn't sound like an altar to me.
It just sounds like one to me.
Really?
Yes.
Now we know the truth about Jimmy Savile. It all seems so clear.
Give him away if I want to see.
In a minute.
Why?
I'll tell you when to give them.
Why can't we give him away now?
Because, to me, instinct tells me when to carry on. I am the archetypal carrier honour. But we know how to do it.
But in his time, he charmed royalty and prime ministers. And millions of us who listened to him on the radio and watched him on TV.
Cheers. That's really it. Have we forgotten anything? Jangle, jangle, jewelry, jewelry. Excellent.
So, to understand his crimes, we should also remember how we were beguiled.
I swear. Give it a like. and had that on YouTube, so I had to. I watched the first one the other day. Let's see. I think I watched the.
Let's see what good about that. Then King Simus in the building. Okay. What a baby. That is a shit ton of money. Some of those faces are just for you, though, boo. Like, oh my God, why would he even meet up with her? Oh my God. Now they're talking about a double date. Oh my God. Mama Bird in the building. What, Mama Bird?
Hey, Mama Bird. I like your food. I saw your channel. She actually has good food. Like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I might have to check. I might check hers out. I hadn't checked it out.
Yeah, where the words hurting, right? Words. Yeah, show us on the doll where the words hurt, where the big bad words hurt you at. Words are hurt a lot of people.
I don't know. Let's see.
My name's Dennis. I'm 41 years old. I live in Belton, Missouri.
My dad is very funny. He makes any situation fun to be in.
Dennis's core values are family, his kids.
He's a deeply devoted man that loves God.
He was just a good guy. I don't know what happened.
I'm addicted to meth.
He's all about the drugs and the whores now. That's all he has on his mind.
He sleeps with multiple drug addicts. When he's done using one, he'll go to the other.
What are you doing there, sassy pants? Who? Want a kiss? Call me whenever.
It's disgusting.
His days are numbered. I honestly believe that.
He's lost everything. He has no license. He has no vehicle. He has no home. He's out of control in every aspect of his life. He walks the streets from the time he wakes up to when he passes out.
The day that he was born, everyone was excited. He was a good baby. He just stole my heart. He was my son. He was my baby. He had brown eyes and he didn't have much hair.
They said it looked like I had a butch haircut or something. And that's where it started, and everybody called me Butch ever since. As a kid coming up, my goal in life was just to gain respect and the attention of my father.
Dennis looked up to his father. He was always just doing something that his dad would be proud of him for. But his dad never did ever really told him that he was proud of him for anything.
Most of my life, I felt like I didn't exist in his eyes.
His dad would just smack the kids around.
I used to get my ass kicked for not riding my ass right on the end of Dennis. My dad treated me like crap. If I got beat up in a fight, I got beat up when I got home.
Dennis felt worthless because his father always told him he was worthless.
But no matter what, Dennis was always very loyal to his father. He would never turn on his father.
Remember watching my dad beat up my mom several times.
His dad really got hold of him. His dad was dealing in, marijuana. And he wanted Butch to be in that too.
Once I started hustling his drugs, that's when I gained his respect and his love. From that point, had his undivided attention 100%. He loved me. I focused my energy on just selling drugs because that's what made my dad happy. I was hustling. I had my own apartment, had a Blazer, 4-wheel drive, monster truck. I had a Monte Carlo, I had a Camaro. I started using drugs, partying. I thought it was great. I was happy. Then I got a federal case and life went to hell.
He more or less took the fall for his dad because his dad should have been the one in prison, not him. And at that time when he was in prison is when Dennis Sr. tried to rape Dennis Jr.'s wife.
It was the most heart-stabbing thing.
She said the mother tried to rape her when I was doing time for his punk ass. Said for all my life to try to get his attention, he tries to rape my wife. Make her punk decision way back then to protect somebody that wouldn't protect me. All the I did for him. Then he tried to throw me to the wolves on top of it. I hate that mother. I hate that son of a bitch.
At that point, he realized that his father didn't really love him like a son should be loved.
I think he pretty much considered his dad dead to him.
I did not want to turn out like my father. As soon as they opened the prison gates, I didn't let no grass grow under my feet. If I was going to change, I had to change the Butch image. I wanted to be a good person. I wanted to be somebody that my kids could be proud of.
It made him feel those old feelings that he must have had before he became so confident and things were good, that he was failing, that he was a failure.
I started depending on methamphetamines. I got that I don't give a attitude.
I knew that my dad was being sucked away from me.
Damn.
He walked out and didn't look back at us. He didn't care how bad we were struggling.
Meth is fucking bad.
Or what we were feeling. Daddy, I'm here today because my love for you is never failing. I'm here because after all of these years, I have never given up on you. I have stayed faithful and strong, just like you taught me to. I remember the day at the bus station, the day you were released from prison. As a little girl, I anticipated that moment for the first 7 years of my young life. I waited for you, Dad. I ran into your arms and I knew I no longer had to let go. I no longer had to release the tight grip of my tiny little hands around your neck.
Oh, dang.
But things have changed. The feeling of security and knowing I will always have you to turn to is no longer there. When I look at you, you are so broken and weathered. You don't love yourself. And at times, I feel that you don't love me. I have cried many tears for you and sacrificed very important parts of my young adult life. I will never be able to erase the awful memories of my father's addiction.
You want to go get help?
Yes.
Yeah. For my
Yeah.
kids, I will. For my family, I will.
All right. Let's do it.
Don't knock me down. Break my neck again.
Be dead.
Yes.
After entering treatment, he didn't stay more than a weekend.
Oh my God.
Things well, you know me well enough to tell 5 steps you're wrong.
Oh my God. Well, and that's okay. I don't know why I mean, there's nothing at the end of it, but why not? I would have thought it would be related to drug abuse. But there is the RAIN hotline for anybody that needs that. Oh, we got a Gideon video. I didn't know he reacted to this video.
The warrant does allow us to grab some DNA swabs from you.
Oh, that means that I did something with the kid. Oh my gosh, no. I think this is the worst one we've ever reacted to, chat. Cop realized he's going to jail for being a pedo. Chat, we gotta watch this.
I've never seen a more despicable set of facts as I've seen in this case.
These were the remarks of the judge who presided over the case of Jalen Fleer, a San Diego County
Wait. Is that audit the audit? The fuck? You got a burner account?
sheriff's deputy. The 27-year-old looked clean as a whistle in his day-to-day routine, but a private investigation caught up to him, leading to an interrogation that led to a search, which then led to a reveal of over 20 felony charges. In this video, we'll take you through the interrogation that finally put this monster behind bars. Special thanks to 5-0 Patrol for sharing the original interrogation clip. Jalen Fleer was a San Diego County Sheriff's deputy who once starred for Santana High School in baseball and football. He is married and was expecting a baby at the time, but instead came the San Diego County Crime Stoppers who received tips regarding the sheriff's quote-unquote lewd behavior. Their 2-month-long investigation led to a lot of evidence that needed answers. This is how the interrogation went down.
This story with us, of course, in regards to the report that we're investigating.
I believe I've covered it before, so I won't cover it again. But yeah, that
EDP gets exposed.
Now that y'all seen that video, I can check it out. That dude's case is crazy. He's in jail though.
Again, yes, again, for trying to link up with underage kids. Oh my God. EDP, if you don't know, fat piece of fuck who has a lot of addictions. His first addiction is food. I mean, that's pretty obvious though. I mean, look at this guy's weight. He's at least 500 pounds.
Damn.
And that's me just lowballing. His second addiction is make videos. If you did not know, he also made YouTube videos back in the day up until he got exposed the first time. I never watched him. I didn't even know he made videos. I didn't even know who he was until he got exposed the first time. But it seems that he was making videos and he has some sort of fan base as well. His third addiction is children, little boys and little girls. Back in April of 2021, this infamous video surfaced onto the internet where it showed these people pulling up on EDP after pretending to be a 13-year-old girl. EDP thought that they were going to link up and eat cupcakes.
CC Unit and Alex Rosen.
How ironic, his big ass. Of course, out of all the ways to pull someone, he's going to use food as a way to get involved with someone. This chocolate fellow had got caught red-handed. I'm talking text receipts, all that. This is the type of stuff you can't come back from. After this video dropped, as you can imagine, EDP, he was banned, blackballed from the internet. I know he's banned off YouTube, don't quote me, but I'm also pretty sure he's banned on TikTok as well. This caused EDP to make his own website because he still wants to make content. We're going to get to that later. Anyways, after getting debunked, EDP went MIA for quite a while, up until now. The homie Gideon caught EDP lacking again. He just recently posted this video onto the internet. Gideon hasn't uploaded the whole video onto the internet yet, so we don't know exactly how this all went down. We don't know how EDP was able to meet up with Gideon. We don't know any of that, but it doesn't matter, right? Because it's still an L regardless. Actually, throw another L in there too because he's fat. So that's a double L. How does your big chocolate ass get tricked by grown men into having you think that they're girls not once, but twice? Not uno, but dos. Like, come on, man. You really dumb as hell.
No, you got this guy's got that wrong. That nobody pretended this time. He's actually got a. I mean, that's been I've heard conflicting reports. I've heard on one side it was an actual 15-year-old that he's threatened with a gun, and then on the other side, I've heard there's like conflicting stuff. Some people are saying it was somebody that wasn't a decoy, and there's things that saying it was a decoy, but I don't know. We'll have to wait till the full video and information comes out.
IQ of a Dunkin' Donuts munchkin. This dude's built like a chocolate munchkin that mutated a body. Look at his face. He know he got caught lacking. He know he got his hands caught in the cookie jar. L outfit too, by the way. This is the same exact reaction he had when he got caught the first time. In both scenarios, he's just sitting there looking lost, confused, angry, and fat. After being exposed as a confirmed child predator, EDP hops on Twitter and tweets out this: "We live in a day and age where little skink ass hoes can go around here purposely trying setting niggas up." This is L grammar, but that's the type of grammar you can expect from a confirmed child predator. The children he be trying to mess with got better grammar than him. This guy really dumb as fuck. Bitch, get a life and get the fuck off the internet. EDP, you're a child predator and fat. This tweet needs to be changed to: "We live in a day and age where big fat bald fucks can go around and purposely try to sleep with kids. Fatty, go to jail and lose some weight." But on the real, how is this guy not in jail yet? This dude is a 350-pound walking threat to children. He is a menace to society. Since Gideon and other people have tricked him into thinking that they're little kids, unfortunately, it's probably safe to say that EDP has got actual kid victims in the past. And who knows what he did to their poor, young, innocent soul. Speaking of poor, young, innocent souls, this poor young soul posted this video onto the internet talking about her experiences with EDP. She seems to be a little bit on the goth/emo side, but that's okay. Creasy doesn't judge because Creasy respects people of all different walks of life.
He messaged me first and I told him my age and he didn't block me.
Oh my gosh, you got the screenshots? EDP, it's not looking good for you. I mean, it was never looking good for you even before we knew you were a child predator because you know you were still fat. But like now it's definitely not looking good. He messages her first saying sup. Off the rip, I gotta say L Riz. Like what the fuck is sup? That's that white trailer trash conservative Riz. She then tells him that she's 15 and right then and there, EDP, you should have stopped responding. Said that you respected everybody. EDP, he likes them young. He likes them real young. So he continues to message her. Why? Because he's a child predator. Hardcore. To be honest, EDP's hungry hippo ass probably already knew she was 15. He probably was watching her like the feds.
I mean, regardless of the situation, Kayla, I don't give a fuck. Like, she's like, "Oh, I'm going to ruin your life." Well, If you think that you can ruin that bitch any more than what it's already been ruined, you go right the fuck ahead.
Yeah, it's a wrap. I'm not about to go over all these messages because, you know, I really don't care enough about EDP and his child obsession. This girl is slapping you with not only text messages, right? You know, it's one thing to get exposed with text messages because you got a little bit of wiggle room. You can kind of calculate, like, oh, no, that's not me. They use Photoshop Pro, da, 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 all that BS. But she got actual voice memos, bro. You can't come back from this. She got your voice in 4K display. This dude has mental issues. They need to put him inside of an insane asylum with a straitjacket.
He sent me nudes several times. He sent me videos of him nutting.
Okay, wow. That, you know what? That's enough of that. We have enough evidence. Police, the feds, what are y'all doing? Go arrest this guy. Take this guy away. Y'all spending all this money trying to lock up Donald Trump and YSL, trying to spend money to find evidence against them. Whole time, this dude EDP, he making his own evidence against himself, and he's still walking around this earth free. Y'all up here running the bag trying to get these guys arrested, but Gideon got this guy exposed red-handed for free. How he doing a better job at being the feds than the actual feds? Who would have ever thought we would live in a world where we have normalized child predators? People that everybody knows EDP is a child predator. You ask someone that knows about EDP, they're gonna be like, oh, the guy that tries to talk to little kids. Everyone knows this, and he's walking around the earth consequence free. Like, this guy is literally clouded up for trying to fuck kids. Before I end this video, I just want to go over EDP's website, you know, because why not? So just off first opening the site, we have this picture of him with this weird filter, looks stupid, already a L. Let's say I didn't know EDP, right? If I went onto this website and I saw this picture off the rip, I would automatically exit off this website because, you know, this is just low quality. Oh, okay, so this right here is just like a summary of his channel. Support EDP 445. Subscribe. Yo, what? Who is subscribing money for EDP? Let me find out one of y'all is giving EDP money. I'm looking at you completely different. I'm not gonna beat your ass. You know, I'm not trying to go to jail or nothing like that. I don't really care. But that's an L, bro. You an L person. You're gonna burn in hell as well. Book a call with EDP. $60. Yo, what? And it's on sale? Wait, hold on. So originally, booking a call with EDP is $100. Yo, what? Nah, I'm done. We're off the site. We're off the site, bro. What the? We're done. It's a good thing I don't got diabetes or anything like that, because that would mean my blood pressure would have spiked. I would have started seizuring out on camera. Hell no. This guy EDP is crazy. So first, let's break this down. First off, EDP is a child predator. Two, he's a fucking con artist charging $100 just to talk to him. Bro, who is this guy? This guy has no accomplishments. And then on top of all of that, he's fat. That's just the L. Yeah, I'm done talking about this, guys. That shit just got me tight. Gideon, I can't wait for him to upload the video. I'm looking forward to it. I know it's going to be entertaining. I also have to say, Gideon, man, you got to keep your head on the swivel for this, right? Because I remember the first time that video of EDP getting exposed got serviced onto the internet on YouTube. EDP's YouTube channel got taken down, but so did the people that exposed EDP, which is crazy, right? Like, imagine trying to expose a child predator and YouTube responds by taking down your channel. So hopefully, Gideon, I hope you got some connects. I hope your video does not get taken down for this, because you're doing God's work, exposing child predators. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna wrap the video up right here. Let me know what you guys think about it in the comments. Like and sub. It helps my channel grow a lot. Now that I think about it, I'm kind of the problem, right? Because I'm sitting here talking about EDP, giving this guy more clout.
No, it's not giving him no clout. Pretty sure that the way Skeeter and them are handling it, he'll be taken care of. By that, I mean he'll be probably finally arrested. First one's not it wasn't Alex's and them's fault. It's because police aren't gonna they won't. Some police just won't work with those people that do that. All right.
Today we'll be robbing every bank in Red Dead Redemption 2. Before we get started, make sure to like and subscribe. Stay till the end because we will be robbing the Armadillo and the Blackwater Bank. I won't be wasting your time anymore, so let's get straight to it.
Oh no, that's mods. What the fuck?
Hey, big guy. Stop now or you're dead. Final warning. Don't you take that from him? I can't talk to you up there. Get down. Oh, God, stop this! Run away! Now stay there! What the hell? Morning to you. Morning, friend. Okay, tough guy. Let's try this again. Hello.
I meant it before. Hello.
What's your problem, partner?
Mighty fine manners you got there.
You tough,
What's
huh?
in your thick skull? There! Get there, mister. There!
It's a real problem.
Don't do it! Please, somebody help! I need help!
Settle down, my friend. Settle down. Because we are here today for a very special occasion. It is important that we reestablish sanity and supremacy before it is too late.
What the fuck?
Our numbers are
This shit's in the game?
waning. Thanks to the fools in Congress and their ludicrous ideas. But today, we grow one step as we anoint a new brother into our sacred cause. Please step
Man, I'm gonna kill all of them.
forward and kneel. Do you choose to accept the light? Yes, sir.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
Very much. All right. Come on. Let there we go. The eternal light shine.
He's on fire. Hell no. Fucking, they didn't even pay attention.
Damn it all!
Shoot his dumb ass.
I wish the all of you had burned.
Oh no, they ain't gonna. If I get to this part in the game, they're gonna get shot before they ever light that thing on fire. That's the one thing I like about this game. You can make it go how you do. Here's finding the KKK and killing every single one of them.
You're gonna want to keep it quiet. That we reestablish sanity and supremacy before it is too late.
Don't let them light the cross on fire.
Numbers are waning. Thanks to the fools in Congress and their
Hell yeah.
Turn this on yourself, you know. Oh, for the love of God. Close in.
Today we'll be robbing every bank in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Mr. Boss for the win here. And in today's Red Dead Redemption 2 video, I'm going to be talking to you guys about 15 things you need to do first in playing Red Dead Redemption 2. So I'm actually on my second playthrough right now, and I've discovered a lot of things that I'm doing on this one that I wish I had done on my first one. And it's going to make your life so much better. It's going to save you money. It's going to help you out and a whole lot more. So anyways, let's dive into it today and let's get it started. Number one spot today, the first thing you should do and focus on is get the trinkets and talismans. So a lot of these trinkets and talismans are going to require legendary animal parts and side quest items. And those are stuff that you can do basically from the beginning of chapter 2. And these talismans and these trinkets are going to give you special perks and bonuses. Like, for example, this fox claw trinket that I just crafted, it will increase today. The first thing you should do and focus on is get the trinkets and talismans. So a lot of these trinkets and talismans are going to require legendary animal parts and side quest items. And those are stuff that you can do basically from the beginning of chapter 2. And these talismans and these trinkets are going to give you special perks and bonuses. Like, for example, this fox claw trinket that I just crafted, it will increase the time that Eagle Eye can stay active by 5 seconds. And that's just one example. Also, like the bison horn trinket, it decreases the speed at which the stamina core drains by 10%. You've got the Raven Claw talisman as well. That's one that you can craft too. All of these have specific perks and upgrades. Like this one will slow weapon degradation by 20%. Get these as early as you can because you can stack them and they're not going to go away. It's not like they're a limited time. You keep them for the rest of the game. So the earlier you can get.
All right, let's check out this. And pause that.
Tonight, armed and on the run. Police saying they're closing in on escaped killer Danilo Cavalcante after he was spotted and shot just last night. Cavalcante reportedly breaking into a house and stealing a .22 caliber rifle before running away into the woods. Authorities likely just missing the chance to apprehend him at that time. Police at this hour are now focusing in Chester County's South Covington Township. You see it on your screen. It's about 20 miles north of the county prison that Cavalcante escaped from. There are armored vehicles converging on the scene tonight, as you can see. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro calling for the convicted killer to surrender, saying, quote, the gig is almost up. Well, Danny Freeman, of course, has been watching this now for day 13 of the hunt that is now growing more dangerous by the hour.
Cavalcante is considered armed and extremely dangerous.
The manhunt for escaped inmate Danilo Cavalcante escalating dramatically as Pennsylvania State Police revealed the convicted murderer now has a deadly weapon.
He is now armed with a .22 caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight mounted on it.
The stunning development happening overnight. Police say around 8 o'clock, a woman driving
so much for that gun control. There goes another example of a criminal not following gun control laws.
Cavalcante ditched this stolen dairy farm van, thought she saw the fugitive crouched on a road. Police arrived and followed muddy footprints to discover Cavalcante's discarded prison shoes.
Information was received from another resident in that immediate area that a pair of work boots had been stolen from a porch at her residence.
Search dogs tried to track Cavalcante's scent, but couldn't find him, according to authorities. Then, less than 2 hours later at 10:10 p.m., police said Cavalcante emerged again, entering a resident's open garage and stealing the .22 caliber rifle with a scope, flashlight, and ammo. When the
Who the fuck would steal would store a damn rifle in the fucking garage without it being locked up?
Homeowner saw Cavalcante in his garage, he fired his own handgun at him multiple times. Cavalcante
Well, you missed, and he took your rifle.
Still got away with the rifle.
We have no reason to believe that he is injured as a result of that shooting. I think he is just trying to survive and avoid being captured.
Police said officers...
And now that he's got a gun, he's probably not going to be captured willingly. If anything, he may get into a shootout or take his own life, which they probably wouldn't care if he done that.
Seen within minutes, but lost him. Authorities warning the community with a reverse 911 call.
Residents in the area are asked to continue to secure their homes and vehicles and remain vigilant.
So much for securing the homes. The guy got it. They said that a warning had went out. I saw another place they said that warnings like that went out before he got the rifle. Huh. They didn't listen.
Today, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivas defended the operation that has failed to capture the inmate after 13 days.
Our law enforcement people have done an amazing job tracking him and locating him, that proverbial needle in the haystack, and they've located that needle repeatedly. Nothing has gone wrong.
Nearly 500
And they failed to get the needle.
law enforcement agents have now descended on a new perimeter in Chester County's South Covington Township, about 25 miles north.
I mean, look at how he just escaped. I'm sorry, but man, I couldn't do that. Like, I'd be scared. There's a fucking shadow right there. It must be a guard. Look how close he was to a guard. You gotta be kidding me. No wonder they blurred it out. They're like, yeah, sorry, you can't blur out the shadow. You should have done a better job. That's fucking, oh my God. Come on, man. That's not even 4, 5, 6 feet away. You're telling me he could not hear his feet on that wall? Dude must have had a fucking earbud in his ear, fucking looking down at his phone on YouTube or some shit. And this dude just, oh, man, I'll just climb up the wall like this. How the fuck do you go from here, though, onto the roof? Man, can you just imagine just one small wrong move and he would have fell flat on his face?
Of the prison where Cavalcante crab walked to freedom. Armored vehicles, horses, helicopters, and troopers with long guns flooding the area Tuesday, hoping to end this search.
It's a large area, wooded, hilly terrain. It's not something that it's a matter of just sending a few people in and searching. As I said, we've had a number of tactical teams operating in there through the night. We continue to have teams operating in there now. It will take a long time to clear that entire area, but we will continue until we do locate him.
And Aaron, the other piece of fascinating information that we learned today is police said Cavalcante actually knows where he is. They believe that he's been in this area before. All the more reason, police say, that you should be, if you live in this area, extra vigilant and lock your doors and lock your cars. Aaron?
All right, Danny, thank you very much. And I want to go now to John Moran.
Yeah, the last thing they want him is get in a car, because then he could fucking travel the continental U.S. relatively quickly and easily if he just somehow comes upon money or.
He's a fugitive hunter.
It'd be a little hard to do that with having to steal the gas, but he might still be able to get kind of far just stealing gas too.
He is one of the premier fugitive hunters. In fact, for the state of Texas, he's been involved in every prison escape in that state since 1989. Most recently, the highly publicized 42-day manhunt for the so-called Texas 7 last December. So, John, you know more about this than anybody, and you've been watching this here. Day 13, tomorrow will be 14. Police tonight say they think they know where he is after he was shot at by that homeowner last night. They say now it's just a matter of tracking him. What do you think? Are they going to get him? How much longer will this take?
I think they will probably within the next 24 to 48 hours. I mean, it appears to me they've got him laid down pretty good in that wooded area. And a lot of it will come down to dog work because it's so thick in there. It looks like that the dogs will have a better shot at rooting him out than anybody else.
It's kind of amazing, though, in this day and age, when you think about it. I mean, I know they're using bloodhounds to help track him.
Of course they're using bloodhounds.
And he's live with me right now. Mark, thank you for taking the time out to talk with me tonight. I watched your Twitter last night as we broke all this news on this program of what he was up to in these late night hours, stealing the gun, making a break for it, the shots fired from the homeowner. How are you getting all of this information? And do you have any more tonight?
Glad to be with you tonight. So like a lot of the people that are watching, I have invested interests just like many others. I have friends that are there working, that are searching, that have been telling me their tale of what they're going through emotionally, mentally, physically. So I've kind of just been an outlet for some of the people I used to work with that are still in law enforcement working. So when that happens, they kind of just give you a little information here and there, nothing that would jeopardize, any investigations, but enough to say this is what is going on. And I think maybe the public should know this, but there's just no time for them to go through proper channels to get it out. So that's why I've just been fortunate enough to, have people I worked with in the past there on the ground right now.
Did they tell you anything new that's happened in the last little bit? Like, we just got this new breaking information, that there's been this brand new sighting tonight. And then, before you, John Muffler was able to find out this bit of information that the rifle is sawed off and that it's crudely fashioned with duct tape with the flashlight on the top. Have your contacts out in the field told you anything new?
It's sawed off. Is it legal?
So they're out in the field. They probably wouldn't have that information at this moment because
The dude let him get a fucking, or are they saying the killer sawed it off?
the people that I've been in contact with are out searching. They're in the fields. They're in the woods. I won't say too much more what they're doing, but they expected this. This is, like John said, this is where a pattern has been formed by the suspect. They're anticipating this and probably anticipating some more activity overnight.
Mark, one of the other things that was on your Twitter feed, it stood
Yeah,
out
we
like
got to keep the border open to bring as many people like this in as possible. At least she needs. So his family's all here illegally?
beacon to me. You tweeted out that Danilo Cavalcante's sister, the one who has been now picked up by ICE, the one who the authorities said wasn't being helpful, so off she went as an illegal. She was a housekeeper. You mentioned that she was a housekeeper for many of the homes in this area where he's breaking in. Do we know if she provided him with information about which homes were vacant that she'd cleaned and which homes might have had the kinds of supplies or weapons that he needed?
Now, that was a question that a few people reached out to me in that area, just saw my Twitter, and said that she was their housekeeper, their neighbor's housekeeper, that they were concerned, and I believe they have their own Facebook grouping that are talking about it. I don't know the name of it, but they were concerned that if she's been in their homes, that she would have passed this information on to maybe her brother, so he would know, okay, I can go to this house and find this there. That was their concern. I did pass that along to somebody in law, but at this point, it doesn't seem like they're overly concerned about that detail. But like you said, she was somebody they were watching. They knew who she was. They knew that there was an attempt with her and her brother to aid him in the beginning. And then I guess once they realized, they took her into custody and realized she wasn't going to be any help to them, that's when they decided to move forward and start to deport her.
Okay, one last question about that sister. Did you learn that she was able to get through the perimeter early in the escape and that they put surveillance on her?
She attempted to. They let her go, and a surveillance team, from what I was told, was put on her early. And it just kind of lines up with everything that has happened. So obviously they watched her, I'm sure, as John would know more, the federal marshals probably watched her for a period of time, interviewed her, see what, work she would do with them or wouldn't do. And obviously they felt this wasn't a person that was going to be helpful to them in any way. And that's why they took her into custody.
It's astounding information that she was a housekeeper in this area, that she had broken through the perimeter, or at least attempted to, and that they put this surveillance on her. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
I think it's something that she's a housekeeper, but she's there illegally, and it's like almost Like, if she would have helped him, she might have been able to have a crack or a go at staying in the country. But since she didn't help him, they said, well, you're being deported. Oh, well, we got way too many people here illegally already as it is.
I see a strange man in a tall hat.
John! What are you doing here? Good to see you too, partner. I meant I hadn't sent for you yet. I will. I had a goddamn plan! You think I don't know what you're saying to people? I just don't know why we're doing any of this. Why? Why? Because I say so! I am done explaining myself to you! You want to be the general? You don't have the grit! Grit? That what you call this? How did the Pinkertons know about the bank job in Saint Denis, John? You want to tell me that? If you really think that, you are gone in the head. Oh, and here's the other one. I raised you as sons. Damn snakes! He's come fully undone. He thinks I'm the rat? After all these years. I reckon that's just Micah getting in his head. You are losing it, Dutch. John didn't rat us out. How you two fooled me all these years. This is Micah's doing. I know it. really think that. You are gone in the head. This is why I told them to let you rot in jail.
Family came through yesterday, had some real fine provisions. Been eating good.
They called me a traveler. Had me some fun. Me and Gert got us that wagon. Shame the only.
The town of Valentine has reported many strange sights and sounds in recent years, and residents speak of a curse that has fallen on the area. Spectral canoes have been seen on the water, and the cries of mourning Indian mothers have been heard at night. At other times, usually on windy, starlit evenings, piercing cries can be heard from a distance. Residents claim this is due to an Indian family murdered years ago with a treasure they had found. The reports are uncanny yet come from several sources, and the prevalence of Indian artifacts around town has only increased the locals' excitability. In today's video, we are going to be revisiting the curse of Valentine. At first, Valentine seems like an ordinary livestock town. The first inhabited town we come across during the events of Red Dead Redemption 2 is located only a short journey away from Horseshoe Overlook, meaning that during Chapter 2 the player is sure to spend plenty of time here, and so it's not hard to come across the rumours that this town is cursed.
I don't know. Some lady I was speaking to in town told me about a curse.
Now, nothing's more romantic than a curse.
Exactly. Prince turned into a toad, lovers into stone, entire country turned into morons. Curses everywhere.
What's Valentine's curse?
Well, I didn't quite understand what the woman was saying, kind of her being a bit of an idiot, but something about a massacre and a last surviving Indian cursing the county.
Well, if they massacred people, then they deserve to be cursed.
Of course.
This dialogue exchange between Karen and Mary Beth at camp corroborates with the story that you can read in the New Hanover Gazette number 36, the contents of which I used as the introduction to this video, but effectively it's a curse of a haunting of sorts, spectral canoes, the cries of mourning Native American mothers, which can be heard at night. Apparently, the curse is due to the murder of a native family that were murdered years ago in the area with treasure they had found, and also the prevalence of Native American artifacts around town has only increased. The locals' exam of Valentine is cursed. Furthermore, if you listen to NPC conversations, a lot of residents of the area seem to believe in this curse as well, as many of Valentine's residents can be overheard commenting on how the town is cursed. While out exploring the region, you can also encounter a delightful fella who can give us a bit more insight into Valentine's alleged curse.
It's like the town of Valentine. I'm sure you know the place. People there are convinced they're under some curse, that their run of bad luck is punishment for something. Shared a fire out near there with an old fellow who told me he thinks it's the Indians. Hell of a thing. Right? Stranger things have happened. He said he'd heard years ago about an ancient Indian painting. One of them they did on animal hides that showed a massacre by the settlers. And the rumor was it was connected with Valentine in some way. He said the painting got torn up and thrown away, but he'd heard some pieces of it still exist. I don't know. We all tell ourselves things to explain what we can't explain. But what we do does come back on us, I reckon. Well, anyway, I should get some work done before my luck turns.
The man says what we do turns back on us, which we'll revisit in a way later, but for the time being, he mentions a painting that was torn up. However, according to him, pieces of it do exist, and this painting allegedly depicts a massacre of the Native Americans at the hands of settlers. Now, this painting is cut content, but it does exist in the game files. It shows a massacre of the Native Americans in a settlement that once stood where I believe Valentine now stands. This is an interesting game mentions before we even arrive at Valentine, how the Native Americans in the region were mistreated.
What do you think? If they wanted trouble, we wouldn't have seen them.
Poor bastards. We really screwed them over down here. Come on, let's not push our luck.
What happened?
Well, get in. I'll tell you. So, yes, the Indians in these parts got sold a very raw deal. This is the heartlands we're going to. Good farming and grazing country, they lost it all. Stolen clean away from them it was, every blade of grass. Killed or herded up to the reservations in the middle of nowhere.
And how's that different from anywhere else?
Well, maybe it's not. I just heard some of the army out here was particularly unpleasant about it.
Unpleasant? How do you rob and kill people pleasantly? We don't, in spite of that just talk.
I fear I was perhaps trying to simplify something more complicated for the benefit of our block-headed driver here.
Maybe this old painting depicts the truth of the raw deal Heartlands received. While there were apparently some survivors, the land was stolen in what was essentially a bloodbath. And so the ugly truth behind Valentine was that it was built on the site of a massacre. So there is a common belief within the world of Red Dead Redemption 2 that the town of Valentine is cursed due to either a massacre of Native Americans or the murder of a native family after they found some form of treasure. The article documenting the primary symptoms of this curse tells us about spectral canoes on the water and piercing cries that can be heard on windy, starlit evenings. Neither of these can actually be encountered, but does the livestock town of Valentine have anything else going on that could be attributed to a curse? Well, as we see it, it doesn't appear to be the most fortunate of places. You do not have to look very hard at all to start to witness the misfortune the people living in Valentine are having to deal with. In 1899, we see Valentine deal with a serial killer doctor, a serial killer prostitute, a Black Widow serial killer, and just an outright serial killer. But at least good old Sheriff Malloy is here to keep the peace, right?
Oh, Maura, don't be like that, please.
How do you want me to be?
Well, I love you.
You don't love anyone. Not me, not your wife, no one.
Oh, you're impossible.
Impossible? Really? I've wasted years on you and I'm impossible.
You're married too. You can be impossible.
Impossible. You are a sad little small town, self-important rat of a man. You know that? A rat. A rat who thinks he's a cat. That's your problem. Go to hell.
No, well, it turns out he's a killer too. And then you have the criminal influence over the town. The livestock auction yard fences off rustled livestock. The doctor has criminals in his back room. The entire area is infested with O'Driscolls. And of course, the Van der Linde gang rocks up and causes no small amount of problems of their own. And there's also a man in the Valentine Hotel who had a dodgy scran once, and his bowels will never be the same.
It's like trying to drive an ox down the barrel of a gun. Oh.
Come on.
But it does actually get worse, as we, as the player, do experience the misfortune of Valentine firsthand. This is where we meet Thomas Downs. Leopold Strauss lends Thomas Downs money. Now, he's a dying, desperate man suffering from tuberculosis, which Arthur Morgan later contracts, trying to obtain the money owed to Leopold Strauss after Strauss lent the money to Thomas Downs after meeting him in Valentine. If there is a curse in Valentine, it would appear as if the curse is of the man-made variety, one seeking to do harm against another either for personal satisfaction or personal gain, and where appropriate, that then backfires. It's like our camper friend said,
We all tell ourselves things to explain what we can't explain, but what we do does come back on us, I reckon.
So maybe Valentine's curse is little more than karma. And this isn't the only time karma is implicated with the Valentine curse.
Folk reckon luck runs bad in this town, and the superstitious among them reckon that ain't no coincidence. Me, I reckon a man makes his own luck. Ain't no church nor curse gonna change it.
So maybe the massacre of the indigenous people on the land where Valentine eventually stood was little more than the beginning of a vicious cycle. Or maybe the people of Valentine truly are cursed to reap what they sow in wake of the brutal event depicted on this painting. It does appear as if this was initially meant to be a deeper mystery. The cut painting in question was allegedly meant to be several collectible pieces. You can't see any spectral canoes on any waterway near Valentine as far as I'm aware, and there are no noticeably piercing shrieks and cries as the newspaper article suggested. But what remains is an interesting bit of foreshadowing for Arthur Morgan's fate. As Karen and Mary Beth's conversation about the curse progresses, it gets onto an interesting point.
But what was it? Was it just bad luck or bad weather or something else?
Something about an eagle or an owl. And gravesite. I didn't really get it.
If Arthur Morgan dies with high honour at his grave, there will be blooming flowers and also an eagle. And so maybe the Valentine curse prophesied Arthur Morgan's demise, and yet many people go out of their way to mention that one's own actions are important. One makes their own luck, and what we do will come back around. The simple passing environmental storytelling of this curse is far deeper woven in the overarching narrative of Red Dead Redemption 2 than I realised, whether by coincidence or not, and it's certainly far more fascinating than the face value of spectral canoes or ghostly shrieks in the night. Chapter 2 in Red Dead Redemption 2 does a lot of foreshadowing for the rest of the story. Whether you realise it or not, it plays out, and sometimes you can't help but wonder if it was intended in the first place or if it was just a coincidence. This is one such occasion for me. But what I do know is luck does appear to run bad in Valentine, and the curse appears to be karma. And unfortunately for Arthur Morgan, he doesn't realise it until too late. So what we've learnt here is the ugly truth behind the town of Valentine's origin, and above all else, Valentine's curse draws attention to the foreshadowing that's subtly sprinkled in the environment. Besides that, Valentine appears to be an epicenter for misfortune. So, to answer the question, do I think Valentine is cursed? Reviewing it a little bit beyond what the newspaper article says, which is all I believe I actually did in the first video I did on Valentine's curse, yes, I think Valentine does have some form of curse going on. Maybe the last Native American in the county did curse Valentine, and it clearly weaves its way in by bringing misfortune upon those who bring misfortune upon others. Or maybe it's a little bit less specific, and you're liable to serious misfortune the moment you set foot on the land that Valentine is built on. Anyway, I think the moral of the Valentine curse is you reap what you sow.
Arthur Morgan does not have to die. You heard me. Red Dead 2 has been out for almost 2 years now, and nobody has found a way to save him. Until now. There is a method to cure Arthur's TB. Arthur gets diagnosed with TB in the mission of Fork in the Road. This method only works after this mission, which means, yes, you're gonna have to play through Guarma again. I'm sorry. This part of the game sucks. So what you have to do is... Abigail.
Thank you.
Kinda in the middle of something.
Thank you so much.
After rescuing John Marston from the federal prison, what you need to do is go back to your camp. Then quit your game. Then just don't load it back up. Ever. If an Arthur dies in the woods and nobody's there to hear it, did he really die? And then you can close your eyes and imagine that Dutch did a complete 180, realized what shit he became, came up with a whole new plan, and shot Micah straight in the face. And then John and Abigail and Arthur all run away into the sunset with each other. Karen's still an alcoholic, though, because, well, they didn't really care back then, did they? Oh, and Sean and Lenny come back from the dead because Rockstar did them way too dirty. I don't have acceptance problems. You do.
Well, damn.
Okay, so in this video, I want to see if I can cure Arthur Morgan's tuberculosis. I am going to be doing everything in my power to see if Rockstar added a potential secret ending to this game. So obviously, I'm not happy with the way this game ended. So currently, Arthur is sick. He has tuberculosis. Okay, so I've got my health cures here. It says I have only 3, but I've modded it to where it's basically unlimited. So I'm going to take 100 health tonics, and I'm going to see if that cures his tuberculosis. Yes, chug them, Arthur. $97, $98.
Not done shopping, huh?
100. Okay, so I've taken 100 hair tonics. Okay, let's see if that cured Arthur Morgan's tuberculosis. Oh shit. Really? It's really the very beginning of the mission.
Happened in
Guam.
Yeah.
God damn it, he's still coughing. Okay, no, he's definitely not cured. You know what? I have to be absolutely sure though. So now I'm back in here again. We're gonna do this again, but this time I'm gonna take 1,000 hair tonics. I've still got the mod on, so I can take as many as I want without any repercussions. So yeah, let's take 1,000 hair tonics. God, why am I doing this? $777, 778. Dude, it's literally nighttime outside. Like, this guy's waiting for me to leave. He's about to close shop. I'm still doing this. 779. $997, 198, 999. 1 freaking thousand. Okay. It's like 2 in the morning in game right now. 1,000 hair tonics taken. Okay. Let's see if that cured Arthur's tuberculosis.
Was you followed? No. Was you followed? I said no.
Okay.
Oh no.
What is your problem, partner? You don't look so good.
What is wrong?
Yeah, he's still sick. So we figured out that no matter how many health tonics you take, he'll still be sick. Then what I need to do is I need to go back into the story and prevent Arthur from even contracting tuberculosis. But how do I do that? Well, if you're familiar with the story, you'll know that Arthur got his tuberculosis from Mr. Downs when he was beating him up.
Money from my business partner, Herr Strauss. You owe him. You took the money. He wants it back. What's not to understand?
So when I go over there, I'm going to put on a mask so that Mr. Downs doesn't spit on my face and give me tuberculosis. All right, so this mission here is the one where I go confront Mr. Downs. So before I go there, I'm going to put on a mask. There we go. That should do. All right, here we are. Downs Ranch. Got my mask on. This better freaking work.
Thomas down!
No, Arthur, what are you doing? What are you? No. Why'd you take it off? Okay, just a second. All right, I think I've glitched it now to where the mask will stay on. Okay, let's go. Mr. Downs. That's right. Try doing it now, game. Try spitting on me now, Mr. Downs.
Money from my business. He wants it back. What's not to understand?
Oh, no, it didn't hit me. Did not hit me. All right, now let's see if we get tuberculosis later in the game. Wait, what's happening? Oh, no, not again. Great. Looks like I'm still sick. Even after applying that mask, it did nothing. Oh no, don't fall into the... Oh my god. All right, here we go again. If this beard can't stop the tuberculosis, then I don't know what will. All right, here we go, Mr. Downs. I've got a fat beard now.
You owe him. You took the money. He wants it back. What's not to understand?
There's no way. Did that get on his skin? I don't think so. All right, we shall see if that worked. Oh. My god, no, it didn't work. Okay, well, beard doesn't work either. Okay, at this point, I feel like I've tried almost anything, but there's one last thing that I want to try. The doctor said to go somewhere warm and dry and rest.
Now, the best thing is rest. Getting somewhere warm and dry and taking it easy. Now, is that possible?
Now, because of the story, Arthur said he can't do that.
Is that possible?
Sure, I can just take my winters in my country club in California. No, it's not possible.
But I'm just going to decide as the player to do it anyway. So I'm going to go all the way out to New Austin, find a nice bungalow to stay in, and just rest for pretty much a really long time. And I'm going to see if that does anything. There we go. Warm and dry. This seems about right. I found a nice little bungalow to stay in. So Arthur, all you need to do now is just rest. Okay, get better, please. Okay, so I can sleep in this bed. So I'm just gonna rest for like probably, let's say, a couple months in game time. So that just means I'm gonna be doing a lot of sleeping. Yes. Take in that sun, Arthur. It's good for the skin.
Please. You borrowed money from my business partner, Herr Strauss. You owe him. You took the money. He wants it back. What's not to understand? Where's our money?
I don't have it.
Sell your place.
We already owe more than it's worth.
Then sell your wife or your family or something. We ain't your idea of charity. Is that clear?
Thomas!
What are you looking at?
Thomas!
I said, what you looking at, woman?
My husband isn't well. If we could just have more...
Like I said, we ain't nobody's idea of charity. Get us the money. Mr. Thomas Downs, you owe me money.
Oh, no, I'm...
Yeah.
Ah, crap. Hmm. Hey Shane, sorry, I'm just now looking at the comments, dude. I didn't think much people would be tuned in this early. My bad. How you doing? Here, let me drop a link. See if somebody wants to come up. I don't know if you're still in here or not, Shane. If you're not, I understand. Yeah, I was watching stuff earlier and getting it. I wanted to get it recorded. I hadn't really, I've not been too interactive on this live. Kind of got off on a tangent. Let's see. I knew I had an account there. Alright.
Boy. It don't got me. Justice is town today.
Justice needs doing.
And for that, the law demands that you shall pay with your own.
I wish I could kill all over again. I love you, baby.
Oh, you look at him, boy. Just run home.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Mr. Boss for the win here. And in today's Revolve, something that went terribly locked up in her jail cell really over the next couple of days, and I would say the next week. Now, no way to interact with her past that point. She's just simply stuck in the jail, which is insane. But about a week later, if you return to Valentine, you'll actually witness her getting hanged.
Yeah, that's a video. I don't know what's up. Alright, I guess I'm about to end this then. Is anyone live? No, no one else is live. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting off here. Oh, the killer is in custody here. We'll report on this news right here.
We're
The
back with
escaped
Fox News
guy
Alert.
is in
Pennsylvania State
custody.
Police announcing the capture of escaped convicted murderer Danilo
Good morning,
Cavalcante. They're set to hold a press conference at 9:30 this morning. He's been on the loose for almost 2 weeks now.
13 days. Hallelujah. I mean, this guy is in custody now. He's back. He'll go back to prison.
Good morning.
He escaped, remember, shimmying up the wall, doing that crab walk. There he is after he took this, stole this green hoodie from the farmer out of his car and shaved his face. And this was him caught on a Ring doorbell. He apparently went to some coworkers' houses, asking them for help, I believe. He broke into a house and took someone's rifle.
Tried to contact his sister,
right,
who's
who was
also here
deported.
illegally, who will likely be deported. Remember, he
From
is an
Brazil.
illegal immigrant who's facing murder charges of his
Remember, they
girlfriend.
had to shut down schools because parents were so scared that he was in the vicinity, he was in that area, and they were worried he'd try to break in school.
And also, he got his survival training in the jungles of Brazil. He's done something similar before, and he's already breached the perimeter that they thought him, had him lassoed in. And I think it's also important to point out how resourceful he is and how much worse it could have been, because he's stealing guns, going into people's houses. This guy is looking at the rest of his life in prison, and he had nothing to lose. And thankfully, no other lives were lost. I did not think he was coming in alive.
Yeah, armed and dangerous. They're
I
saying
didn't
that he
either.
may be in custody. We think he's still alive, escaped prisoner in custody, it says. That's what the PA police are telling us. But he is charged with stabbing his girlfriend more than 30 times in front of her son and daughter, who were young.
Yeah, the perimeter, as you mentioned, Ainsley, expanded multiple times. Multiple times they thought they knew where he was and were closing in, only to have him escape. Quite brazen, the extent to which he would go into people's homes, steal vehicles. He stole a medical van, went in and shot at 7 times or more in the middle of the night. From what we understand, he is in custody.